Thank you, Mr. Rozier. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here this evening with us. Dr. Dupree, would you like to go ahead and start with roll call?
Yes, sir. Start with the board. Jason Burdine.
Good evening, everyone. Here. For being here.
Allison Drew.
Here.
Addie Helliger.
Mrs. Helliger is running just a few minutes late, Dr. Dupree.
Very good. Grail James.
This is Grail James. I'm here.
Jim Rice.
Here.
Dave Rosenthal.
I'm here.
And Kristen Tossan.
Here.
Also have staff members, Deanna Saavedra.
Good evening, Dr. Dupree. This is Deanna. I'm here.
Thank you. Brian Gwynn.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Anthony Indelicato.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Beth Martinez.
Yes, sir, I am here.
Oscar Perez.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Long Pham.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
David Ryder.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Joe Rodriguez.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Robert Scamardo.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Veronica Sofer.
Veronica Sofer here.
And Gwen Touche.
This is Gwen. I'm here.
Thank you. And then board counsel Rick Morris.
Here.
Very good, Mr. President, except for Mrs. Helliger, all are present and accounted for.
Thank you, Dr. Dupree. Appreciate you doing that. It is 6 p.m. and this meeting is hereby called to order. We have the presence of a quorum attending on video conference. Notice of this meeting has been posted online for at least 72 hours. On March 16th, 2020, Governor Greg Abbott granted a request by Attorney General Ken Paxton to temporarily suspend a limited number of open meeting law to the extent necessary to allow telephonic or video conference meetings in response to the coronavirus COVID-19. In accordance with those suspended rules, Fort Bend ISD certifies the following. Although members of the board are not gathered in a central physical location, we do have a quorum in attendance at this meeting by video conference. This meeting is being held by video conference because the convening at one location of a quorum of the governmental body is not appropriate during the COVID-19 public health emergency. Based on current guidance from federal, state, and county authorities concerning large gatherings and social distancing during the COVID-19 public health emergency, there is no established location for an audience to observe the meeting. However, the live stream of meeting video and audio is available and accessible through a YouTube link that was timely and appropriately provided to the public and media as part of the meeting posting through a news release and via the district's website. As we would at any in-person meeting, members of the public who have followed the standard instructions for registering to speak during the public comment portion will be allowed 3 minutes to speak. All other meeting procedures will adhere to board-adopted procedures to the extent practicable. Although the meeting is being live streamed on the district's website and on the district's YouTube channel, an audio and video recording of this meeting is being made and will be available to the public on the district's website. We're going to start out of order this evening. First, I think it would be a good idea to do our information item before we do our audience items. I know we could all benefit from hearing the presentation. So with that being said, Dr. Dupree, take it from here, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Burdine. As you know, we've developed a presentation to share with the board this evening regarding our plans for resuming face-to-face education at Fort Bend ISD. The last 2 days have been exceptionally noisy, is the word that comes to mind, with lots of email traffic and social media with parents and members of our community expressing concern about plans that we shared in focus groups on Monday this week. We met with hundreds of staff members, parents, and students to share some ideas and preliminary plans in getting ready for tonight's board meeting. I want to address that for a moment because one of the hallmarks in Fort Bend ISD is transparency and decision making. We have consistently, for at least the last 7 years, been very consistent about trying to be very transparent, having active communication plans, robust website information updates, and keeping our community well informed. And focus groups are always a good way to gather that information. Unfortunately, in this situation, it seems like many of our focus group members immediately went to social media and other means to begin campaigning for positions and sharing information that really should have been maintained and kind of in the protocols of the focus groups to allow us to finish our work so that we could bring it to the board this evening. That action caused a great deal of alarm and concern in the community, and I regret that, and I'm sorry that happened, because we really want to be able to use that in a healthy way to inform our decisions. But we are where we are. And so I want to just kind of preface tonight's comments by sharing some information, I think, generally in response to much of what we've heard before we get into the detailed presentation. First of all, one of the things I want to share is I received a couple of emails today in response to some focus group members that took to social media that led, maybe the way they posted their remarks led members of our community to believe that perhaps focus group members or some citizens have special access to the board and staff in regard to decision making. And I just want to dispel that concern that we do not have that going on in Fort Bend ISD. People, our board is open access, this administration is open access, and we don't have special favorites or people with special access in the background. So I don't want anyone to believe that because someone was chosen to be part of a focus group. Again, we had over, I think, 500 parents invited to focus groups. So no one has that special opportunity, but I heard that concern several times that I wanted to address just to clear up any confusion about that. In regard to all of the feedback we've been receiving, I want to speak to that feedback because the common theme is that parents in our community want what is best for their child. And I'm going to tell you, I share that concern. I can promise every board member and every member of our administrative team shares that concern. We do what we do because we want what is best for your child. And we are in the process now of trying to put together a transition plan to take our district from virtual learning to face-to-face and virtual learning, which is a major undertaking during a pandemic. So although I understand your deep concern for the unique needs of your child, and again, we share that concern, we're trying to meet the needs of nearly 79,000 students and 11,000 staff members, 6,500 teachers on limited resources. And the promise that I will make as superintendent is we will do everything we can to provide the best academic program, the best extracurricular program, the best opportunity for your child to access our profile of a graduate, everything we can possibly do to open up our opportunities, have schedules, and minimize the disruption to the fullest extent possible to help each child have a great year. At the same time, we have to acknowledge we're doing something that we have never intended to do, and that is to run school online and face-to-face at the same time. And so I have to acknowledge that we have hundreds and hundreds of staff members who have worked countless. I can't even begin to express the amount of hours that our team has worked to put all of this together. And I know it's easy sometimes to get frustrated when you maybe don't have all the information, or maybe when there's a sense that you're not happy with the decision that's been made. But I want to assure you that the people who work in Fort Bend are dedicated to service. They're dedicated to students. They're dedicated to this community. And so I just want to acknowledge the staff who's worked so hard, because when we get in periods like this, sometimes they get and feel defeated that their work is not cared for or valued because of the level of concern and questions expressed by the community. But they know, and I know, that they're doing the very best they can to meet the needs of our students. And unfortunately, sometimes opinion and politics and those things get in the way, but that does not ever stop us from doing our very best to keep our district's core beliefs and commitments, our district goals, our district mission and vision, our profile of a graduate in mind as we strive to keep our children healthy and safe and learning. We know we will never please everybody, but we are also not seeking the lowest common denominator. We have set a high bar. We want our students to have an outstanding learning experience in Fort Bend and keep growing and thriving even under these very unique circumstances. I also want to address the fact that Fort Bend ISD does not follow other school districts. We lead other school districts. We definitely learn from other districts. Our team, including me, we regularly talk to leaders in other districts as we make decisions to make sure that we're considering many, many factors. But I want to assure you that just like us, every other school district is working under unique circumstances, challenging circumstances to put on a quality instructional program. And they may choose a different path based on the size of their district or the values in their district's mission and vision and their core beliefs, which are not common across all districts. So comparing districts from district to district is not necessarily helpful as we're trying to make these important decisions to serve our community. But again, we do learn from them. We watch these districts even in the last week, as schools have started face-to-face, we are learning from the things that they are doing so that we can make sure we're doing our best when our students resume. But just like in Fort Bend ISD, other districts have many things going well, and they have many things that they're struggling to enact, just like we do, because they're also working in the same unique circumstances. But our commitment, as I have said already, is to maintain the fidelity of our instructional program, keep our students safe as the highest priority, keep our students learning and growing, valuing our staff every step of the way as we strive to get there. And so with that in mind, I want to transition then to the PowerPoint. This evening, and we're going to talk about progressing to face-to-face learning in Fort Bend ISD. So far, we've been working in a virtual learning environment. If we could go ahead and move to the next slide, please, where all of our students, for the most part, are learning virtually. We do have students in learning centers. We have special education students in our building. And in the next week, we expect to resume UIL activities. And all of that leads to our transition to face-to-face. With all of these students currently working with teachers face-to-face, we're learning, we're observing the trends, the patterns, we're watching what concerns about exposure or diagnosis of COVID are coming out of those, and we're learning how to use our health and safety protocols, what works and what does not work. We're trying a lot of different things. And so we're in a very good place to begin having this conversation about moving forward. So tonight, you can see there's a long list of items we're going to discuss. So let's get on into that as we start out with our current enrollment status in Fort Bend ISD. We like to, each time we meet, just kind of provide an update. Tonight's a little different because I wanted to show you a comparison between this time last year, pre-pandemic, compared to this year's enrollment. And as you can see by the difference column, at this point, across the board on a day-to-day basis, from day 1 to day 8 of school, we are somewhat behind. You can also see from day 1 to day 7, we really started making movement, but then the 2 days off because of the hurricane set us back a little bit. It's possible many students were still evacuated or decided to just take that long weekend. But you can see we were making progress toward the percentage of students participating in school. I also want to point out on this slide that with our over 76.5 students currently enrolled in Fort Bend, between 8/13 and 8/30 on August 30th, we had 74,000 of those students and access Schoology, which is almost 97%. That leaves us with about 2,300 students that as of August 30th had not accessed Schoology. I want to point out again that we are consistently looking for those students. And if we can go to the next slide, I'd like to talk a little bit about by feeder pattern that, we wanted just to be able to show you that by feeder pattern, almost all of our schools are in the 90s. Hightower High School is at a 7.6% attendance percentage, and then Willow Ridge High School is at 86.2. All of these schools have made progress since the first day. District average is at 93.2%. Again, we have social workers, we have attendance specialists, we have campus counselors, our central office folks are supporting campuses and trying to find students and make connections to them. because attendance is not an option. Truancy is real this year, but more importantly, our students need to understand they must be in school learning even during this pandemic. We've also had learning centers going on in Fort Bend ISD. We currently have, next slide please, we currently have about 1,000 students in elementary and secondary learning centers, about 800 at the elementary, about 173. And you'll recall several meetings ago, we talked about thousands and thousands of students requesting seats. Well, what we found once we started offering seats is many people declined them because they did not get in the first round. They began making other arrangements. So we have continued to offer seats, but this is the current enrollment in the learning centers. So this slide, the purpose of this slide is really just to show that as we begin transitioning to face-to-face, we will be phasing out the learning centers. So we expect a slight bump in the learning centers because we are going to make sure we protect our staff. And as we ask teachers to return to work at the appropriate time, they will be able to still leverage the learning center to tend to their child if they're having to work and their child is learning online in our district. So we are at a place whereas that we'll have that bump, and then as all the students begin to phase into face-to-face who are doing that or continuing online, then we will phase completely out the learning center model over the next couple of months. We also have students in our special education programs learning in the face-to-face environment. Currently, we've got about 899 students that are learning face-to-face, and we're pleased with that number. That again, we had about 1,500 students recommended through the ARD process, and about 900 have taken advantage of that opportunity. So this has been a great learning ground for us as well. We have had teachers who were initially working face-to-face for various reasons. They have started taking leave or not coming to the building. So we're dealing with staffing issues in this environment. We've also tried some unique strategies here, such as trying to engage students in the classroom and at home at the same time using live stream, which Dr. Dina Hill will speak a little bit more about later. There were some challenges and discomfort with that process, but we're learning through the learning centers and the special education program how things can work more effectively in Fort Bend. As I mentioned, on Monday, UIL activities will resume in Fort Bend ISD. So per UIL, September 7th is the official start date, and I know that our athletic teams are ready to get going. We have polled all of our coaches, and we've got a very high rate. The coaches are ready to go. You know, I think it's like 98% of all the coaches said, yes, I will be there. So that's exciting. I know they're ready. The students are ready to get going. So cheer, cross country, football, golf is not on this list, I was told, athletic trainers, swimming, tennis, and volleyball. And these students will hear from their coaches later this week and next week to really start learning what's going to happen. Tomorrow, I'm going to be meeting with all of the coaches to set clear expectations about enforcement and following our mitigation protocols, because it's critical that our students take this very seriously, because we did run strength and conditioning camps during the summer where we had outbreaks of the virus, and we want to make sure that we're following very carefully all of our mitigation protocols that have been very well developed, and they will be communicated. I want to point out that our mitigation protocols that will be shared from the outset are related to practices. We're still in the process of working out game day and competition protocols because the earliest competitions will take place later in September. So we have several weeks before that's necessary. Dance and marching band begin on September 21st. The directors of these areas wanted a little extra time, and so they worked with our Director of Fine Arts to phase their scheduling in on September 21st. That will give them time to start performing at football games and those kinds of things in October. Our marching bands will not be competing in the UIL marching contest this year. That's a decision the band directors themselves collectively agreed upon with our fine arts leadership. So just due to the money invested, the time invested, their understanding of the impact on the ability to stage a high quality show, which is the Fort Bend tradition, They just knew under these circumstances, they would not be able to deliver their very, very best. And they elected to step back from that this year. And so they'll still be learning marching because that's an important skill in our bands. And they'll be doing football games and other events that, throughout the fall season. The next thing I want to talk about is kind of starting to talk about going toward face-to-face. And I have this slide that you're looking at right now has to do with what it takes to transition our organization from from fully virtual to implementation of full face-to-face for those who desire that. So if you look at this slide, you can see that from the day teachers return to school, it is a 13-day period till all students would be fully implemented in face-to-face. And if you look below, what you can see is that we plan to phase students into the building at the elementary school with 10 days before. So we're going to take a 10-day window to teach our youngest learners the health and safety protocols, what it just means to be in the building. These kiddos, many of them have never been in a school setting before. So they need to learn how to be in a school and be with others and interact. And now it's going to have to be with masks during a pandemic, but they also need to understand the health and safety protocols, and they're going to need more time. The other very critical thing is, especially at the elementary, but all of our schools, we have lots of parents who drop off and pick up. And this is where, again, I think we have to consistently manage expectations, because I think as many of our parents think about the idea of what they consider getting back to normal, they're not considering the fact that every single aspect of the school day is impacted by our health and safety protocols. And what that means, something as simple as parents can't just pull up and pop the kids out and let the kids run in. We're going to have to manage the drop-off very carefully, because students will be temperature checked, and there'll be things to do as they check into the building. And then they have to stay socially distanced as they come into the building. So there's a lot of those details that will be worked out on a campus by campus basis according to the district level protocols. But we're going to train our youngest learners first. So you can see they'll have 2 days in the building before the first graders join them. And then the second graders would join them 2 days later, 6 days before full implementation. Third grade would join in after that, and then fourth and fifth grade. And then we would begin the next week with all students in the building. Middle school and high school are very similar, except for they start 5 days before. So basically we'll take a week. We'll take the 6th graders on that Monday, and then on Wednesday we'll take the 7th graders. Then on 8th grade, the 8th graders would come in before they all are face-to-face the next week. 9th and 10th would phase in 5 and 3 days before. 11th and 12th would come in on that Friday. Again, just to learn the health and safety protocols, learn kind of how the schedule and how the activities and the operations are going to work related to passing periods and lunch and those kinds of things. And then we'll be able to move them into the regular schedule. This is the reason we're asking the board to approve the waiver tonight, because we believe that we need to allow adequate time to keep our students safe and healthy as we transition to face-to-face. Now, the next slide I want to talk about gives an example of a possible timeline for face-to-face transition. If we were to assume that based on tonight, what we're talking about tonight, the board meets within the next couple of weeks to approve a plan, and this is the plan they approved, it means that beginning on September the 23rd, staff would be asked to return to the workplace. And then 5 days later, the next Monday, systems would be ready for the face-to-face transition, and we would begin bringing in, as I showed on the previous slide, our first graders during that week 7, as you can see. First grade, pre-K and K, and then our first and second grade that first week. And then the following week, we would start phasing in the intermediate grades, 3rd, 4th, and 5th would start coming in to the building. And so we would have a 2-week phase in from September 28th through October 9th for all of our elementary kiddos. You can see that we would also then, during week 8, phase in our secondary students, as I discussed earlier, a 1-week phase in for secondary during week 8. So that would begin, that would end by October the 9th as well. So that at the beginning, and this is important, we want to take advantage of the natural break for the new grading period that begins on October 12th. So what we would effectively do in this case is students at the secondary in particular, where class rank and the GPA are so important, is we would do a very special programming, probably some asynchronous, a combination of asynchronous and synchronous during that week 7 and week 8, so that we can get all the kids in the building and begin the second 9 weeks with all students desiring face-to-face learning online. If you look below the bar, you can see, that starting tomorrow, actually, all parents will begin to do the learning model selection. So what's going to happen is after this meeting tonight, we're going to have a live website by tomorrow morning that's going to be filled with information. We are going to guide parents toward making their selection between face-to-face and online. There's a small library of videos that are going to allow parents to see what lunch will look like, what classrooms will look like in our district, so they can get an idea of what face-to-face will look like. We know right now they need to see an idea of what's really going to be taking place. So our team has worked very hard to prepare that so that our staff and our students and their parents can see as they make their choice. The parents will have, beginning tomorrow morning through next Tuesday, 4:30 p.m. on the 8th, to make that decision. That information is critical then as we move into the next phase of student and teacher schedule development. So I'm going to step back to the green boxes. At the same time, our students are making their selection, or their parents are making selections for students, all staff who believe they cannot return to work will be asked to communicate that to human resources and begin the process of providing that medical documentation that will be required for that waiver to be issued. So the expectation is that when we begin, all staff will return to the workplace according to this timeline on the 23rd, unless there has been a waiver process for a medical waiver that you would then not return, but you would be asked to work from home or other means depending on your unique circumstances. But you can see staff and students will be doing all of that work between now and Tuesday. And then once we have all that information, then we'll get busy building master schedules. Now this is important because tonight, later on in this program, you're going to see information about the timeline, the day, the bell schedule, what time the day begins and ends. But there's lots and lots of detail that goes into building the actual schedule for that day. So for example, we're going to be taking into account things like fine arts and athletics and where those classes are scheduled during the day. Because we have many students who may want to remain online, but they may want to come to school for football or for choir or for band or orchestra. And we want them to be able to do that so they can remain part of that school family and that community that's so important to them. Because it is very difficult to do some of those courses at home. So we're trying to support students to do that. Of course, any class we offer face-to-face is also going to be offered online. So we will have choir sections and band sections that will remain 100% online for those students who want to do that. And it'll be a robust experience online. They won't be live streamed with the students that are in the class at the school, because we believe they will be better served in their unique, specially designed online environment. So there's a lot of things we're doing to try to meet the needs of our students. And by having several weeks to develop the schedules and try to make everything work, we believe we'll be able to do it very successfully. Another thing that's important for you to know, board, is that we're thinking organizationally across the district. So for example, already with online learning, we have many students, high school students in particular, that are learning from teachers at a campus that they're not enrolled in. because of the need to make certain classes, we're asking teachers to take on students and students to enroll with teachers from other schools. So we've got one individual that is actually coordinating, helping to facilitate coordination and alignment between all the high school schedules to allow our students to access classes. And again, this will be especially critical as we begin online and face-to-face, because we have to consider the efficiency of the use of our staff, because we don't have an overabundance of staff. We have the right size staff for face-to-face learning. And so we will be asking teachers to teach either face-to-face or online. And in some cases, and it could be quite a few cases, some teachers will be asked to teach both sections of online and face-to-face. But we are building schedules that accommodate the extra time that they need to prepare for both. So we're not going to burden the teachers with just 7 periods, go make it happen, but we're going to build time into their day to allow them to prepare and be ready. The other way we're going to manage that is we're going to manage the load of all teachers. So, a teacher has a typical load of students at a middle school or high school or elementary, and that's in a range, but we're going to manage the teacher's load very carefully, especially if we ask them to do both. But as you know, we're going to have many teachers who only want to do one or the other, and we're going to do everything we can to accommodate those needs. That's where the principal is so vital, because they're going to be doing the scheduling over the next several weeks and forming classes. That's one of the realities of what we're going to face is we know, we're telling our community already, there will be a disruption at the end of this 9 weeks. Many schedules will change, most schedules will change, and teacher assignments will change for many, if not most, students. So we want them to be ready for that. We want our parents to be prepared. In many ways, under this model, October 12th would be like another first day of school for many of our students. And we believe that by finishing the 9-week grading cycle, that's a clean ending to that first period. They can begin and launch into a new learning throughout the year. We're also going to be working during the next several weeks on operational systems. That's things like transportation, cafeteria, and you're going to hear more about those things in just a few minutes. But again, I think I've hit on the primary topics of this slide. I just want to make sure that you can understand at this point, this is an idea that the board, several board members asked to see some specific dates. So with this schedule aligns with approval of the waiver that's on tonight's agenda. It would leverage the first 4 weeks online, the second 4 weeks we would obtain through a board approval of the waiver, and then all students would be face-to-face who desire face-to-face at the beginning of the second 9 weeks of the 9th week of school. So on the next slide, I've already addressed this, but I want to hit a couple highlights. So the parent decision form will go live on September 3rd, and then that will close on September 8th. They will choose online or face-to-face. It's important that parents understand that the learning model selection is for the second grading period that concludes in December. And so learning changes, once you make that choice, that is your choice for the remainder of this semester. If a parent does not choose to go in, if they do not do that, despite our best efforts to get them to make a selection, the default choice will be face-to-face, in-person instruction for those children, because that allows us to plan best for on-campus, in-person instruction. But again, we wanted our parents to have all the information they need to be able to make this choice. The other thing, as I mentioned, that'll be taking place is all of our staff will be notified tomorrow that they need to be prepared to return to work when asked in the near future. Again, we're not sure yet exactly what that date is going to be based on the schedule I'm presenting tonight. If the board goes forward to approve that, it would be September 23rd, but we want our staff to be prepared for that. In a few minutes, later on in this presentation, you're going to hear from our medical advisor that's going to talk a little bit about our decision moving forward. But for now, any staff member who believes that they have a medical reason to not return, needs to go into PeopleSoft and declare that so that they can work with HR to address any of those concerns. The other thing that we're going to be dealing with starting tomorrow is that all staff, whether they are working from home or in the building, will be required to complete our LiveWell app symptom checker. So currently, everybody who comes to a building is completing this app to indicate any symptoms, and we get our little green check mark, and then we get our smiley face when we come to the building and have our temperature checked. But we need to begin compiling our database for our pandemic management plan so we have data to use. So right now, everybody is going to be asked to start reporting any symptoms or if they're diagnosed so that we have that in our database. That begins tomorrow. So that's the big picture, the calendar look, the timelines. What I want to ask now, Dr. Dina Hill and Dr. Brett Limley to come on and share a little bit more now about development of the master schedules and the key considerations that are driving our decision making in that area.
All right, thank you, Dr. Dupree. Let's talk with the master schedule key tenets that we talked about when trying to build these master schedules. First and foremost, we wanted to ensure that our curriculum and instruction, we had equitable access for all of our students. And we also wanted to keep the fidelity of that PLC time for all of our professionals who are teaching the students as well. Of course, the state imposes some required instructional minutes on us, and we're going to comply by those as well during these times. And then, as Dr. Dupree mentioned, we wanted consistency across campuses by level so that elementaries were all on the same type of schedule, middle schools were all on the same type of schedule, and high schools were all on the same type of schedule. So let's go to the next slide, please. Additionally, while we were developing these schedules, we wanted to ensure that transitioning between face-to-face and online, because we know it's probably going to happen, that we were going to be able to do so as smoothly as possible. And then we wanted to make sure that we were using our resources effectively as well. Not only our staff resources, as Dr. Dupree mentioned, by some being online and some being face-to-face, but also our buildings. You know, we have buildings of different sizes and different ages, and so we've done an extensive evaluation of them as well so that we know we're utilizing them as best as possible. Last but not least, we did get some parent feedback. As Dr. Dupree mentioned earlier, we had some focus groups go out earlier on these proposed schedules and also on the online learning experience. And these schedules that we developed are in response to that feedback that we've received so far in these first 3 weeks as well. So let's move on to the elementary schedule. You can see here from this slide that our online synchronous learning is going to be from 8 to noon. And that is in response to some of our parent comments, how they wanted to kind of compress that learning time, that synchronous learning time for their students into a kind of a chunk in the morning to help facilitate both family help and to help their students with that increased time. The face-to-face schedule is going to be more along the lines of our traditional face-to-face schedule with the start time at 8:10 and an end time at 3:25. What we tried to accomplish with this was not only to have online synchronous times in the morning, like I said, my parents were asking for that, but also to maintain that traditional face-to-face time. Again, we've gone through a lot of change over these past months and months and months, and we thought a little bit of normalcy, a little bit of regularity would be a good thing for them. Consistent grade level schedules for family with multiple grade level students. So as you're going to see on the next slide, our secondary schools are going to have more of a traditional face-to-face schedule as well, so that parents and families can plan as they have in traditional times. To allow secondary systems to help before and after school. You can see middle school is going to start online synchronous 9 to 2:30, just as high school would. And these are the times that we normally have that we're under currently right now. So we've gotten feedback from parents that and students that say they really enjoy this online synchronous schedule. It helps them focus. It helps them maintain their curricular aspirations. And then for the face-to-face time, as I mentioned, we're going to go to a more traditional bell schedule that you've seen in the past, with high school starting early at 7:30 and ending early at 2:45, and middle school starting later at 8:50, and ending at 4:05. One thing I'd like to mention, though, is that secondary is going to go to an A-B block schedule. And for those of you who are not familiar with A-B block, that means we're going to be seeing periods 1, 2, 3, and 4 on one day, the A day, and periods 5, 6, 7, and 8 on the B day. And those days will alternate every other day. And so some weeks you'll see A, B, A, B, A, and then the next week you'll see B, A, B, A, B. And so over a 2-week period, you'll get the full cycle of classes for the same number of minutes. Again, maintaining traditional face-to-face times, allowing those older siblings to help with before and after school care for the younger siblings, and then allowing those students in both online and face-to-face models to participate in those extracurricular activities. The way these two schedules are going to line up, because of the shape of the block class and the length of the online class, we're going to be able to line up over half of these courses so that we can place those specific courses in the right spot so students may be able to participate, as Dr. Dupree was talking about earlier. And so on the next slide, these are just some caveats to us. Master schedule is going to be developed after we get our data in, and we're going to maximize our staff and students in buildings. Our schedules are going to be revised to allow for the pivot between face-to-face and online learning based on the need. Like I said, it might be a campus, it might be a classroom, it might be a whole feeder pattern, but we want to make that transition as smooth as possible. These next 2 bullets are key. Student schedules are likely to change. Student teacher assignments are likely to change, of course. As we get our data in, we're going to attempt to keep students and teachers together as much as possible. But with all of the moving parts and all of the variables that we've got to deal with, probably we're going to have some changes that occur as students transition from online to face-to-face. Again, students may learn from a teacher house at another campus, depending on space, depending on the amount of requests that we get. We're going to have to manipulate that and make sure that every student has a qualified teacher with them. And then face-to-face students may be housed at other campuses to allow for appropriate social distancing. If we have schools that are receiving more requests than they can accommodate in their physical facility, we might need to move some of those students to another nearby facility so that those students have a place to be and a teacher to be with. And so on this next slide, as Dr. Dupree mentioned earlier, we have developed this library of videos, and I believe here is an example video, so that just for your viewing pleasure. So if we can go ahead and start that video.
Classroom setup and student transitions. As Fort Bend ISD reimagines education, comprehensive protocols have been developed to protect students and staff from the spread of illness. In this video, we'll show you the protocols for classroom setup and transitions. Classrooms will look and feel different as students return to FBISD campuses. All teachers will utilize a district-provided safety checklist to collaborate with their campus leaders and establish classroom procedures. In order to maintain social distancing, the capacity of each room will be determined on an individual basis, based on the square footage of the room. Teachers and campuses will ensure that all desks are positioned to distance students at least 45 square feet apart from one another. Here, you can see what a traditional classroom may have looked like before, with desks lined up and 22 students in a room. And here's what a classroom would look like now, with fewer student desks to allow for social distancing. Each desk is positioned 45 square feet away from one another, and more floor space has been created by removing bookcases, work tables, and other non-essential equipment. All classrooms will have hand sanitizer available for student use, as well as a flyer so teachers can set up a designated hand sanitizer station. To the greatest extent possible, each child's belongings will be separated from others and stored in individually labeled containers, hubbies, or backpacks. All students should have their own school supplies to avoid use of shared items as much as possible. Sharing of items that are difficult to clean or disinfect will be discouraged. And if students share items, teachers must limit the use of supplies and equipment to one group of children at a time and clean and disinfect between each use, such as electronic devices, books, and other learning aids. All teachers will have disinfectant and cleaning wipes that they can use as needed. And this is in addition to the regular sanitization and disinfection procedures that are conducted by FBISD custodial staff using hospital-grade products that are effective against COVID-19. All campuses will have protocols in place to minimize congregation during transitions, though this will look different at elementary and secondary campuses. At elementary schools, students will remain in their classrooms for instruction, and teachers will rotate to classes as needed. In limited cases, students may transition from a class to a neighboring classroom based on services provided and/or grade-level team rotations. If transition from the classroom is required, students and staff will abide by health and safety protocols and maintain social distancing. At the secondary level, all master schedules will have 15 minutes for a staggered passing period that will minimize congregation during transitions from class to class. This means that 3 groups of students will have 5 minutes each to transition to the next class. During transitions, campuses will dismiss by grade levels at different times to minimize the number of students in hallways. Teachers will be positioned in hallways during passing periods to actively monitor and facilitate social distancing and wearing of masks, encourage continued movement from one class to another, and discourage students congregating in the halls. Monitors and staff will be positioned in restrooms to control the number of students that are entering restrooms during passing periods, and hallways' stairwells will have signage to communicate one way for students to use when moving to their classes. In both elementary and secondary levels, students and staff can expect to see visual reminders all around them about maintaining social distancing in the hallways, wearing face coverings, and properly washing their hands.
Well,
So as
okay.
you-
Before we move on, Dean, I'd like to interject just a couple of thoughts that I think that the video and the last couple of slides bring to mind. I think as teachers or parents watch this, I want to clarify, first of all, that all staff members, even in my office, we're being asked to kind of clean up after ourselves, right? So we've got the sanitizer, we've got the spray, we've got wipes and things, but we're going to be very careful to not to overburden teachers with having to do too many jobs. Because we know that it can be burdensome to have to try to maintain your focus on quality teaching if you're trying to also be the health and wellness monitor for the building. So we're being very sensitive to the teacher's role, providing with the things they need, but also helping them stay focused on learning as they do their role. The video also talked about 45 square feet per student, and that's very important. But I also want to make sure that we're clear that various CDC and other protocols establish that can be flexible based on actual need. So we've set that as our goal. But as we mentioned, as Brett mentioned a minute ago, we could be in a position where, for example, if you take a large elementary, such as Ann Sullivan, if 50 or 60% of those children come back, 45 square foot is going to push us beyond the boundaries of that building. And it's very possible we would need to push students to another building. They would still be enrolled in Sullivan as students, but they would have classrooms at other schools. But we also would want to consider whether we need to maintain 45 square feet, or if we can take that down to maybe 36 or even a little bit less if we need to, still maintaining at least that 6 foot. So there's going to be some flexibility here based on the CDC and other guidelines that are available to us. But on the other hand, you might have a very small school like a Briargate Elementary that's underutilized currently. If a high number of their students wanted to come face to face, they could probably accommodate that and host students from another school. So I want the board to understand many of these things are going to be flexible and uniquely designed based on the school and the enrollment and the number of students. So you can see there's many factors that we'll be addressing here. So I just wanted to point those things out as we move on to the next slide. Dina?
Thank you. And one thing, Dr. Dupree, I know you mentioned this earlier, but I do think it's important for parents to be able to have access to these videos. In addition to the one that we just saw, there's going to be videos on restroom and water fountains, how the arrival and the dismissal routines and the protocols. What does it look like to eat lunch at the elementary? What does recess look like? What is contact tracing and face covering? So the videos will be posted on the website, and I think that they're going to really help parents as you're making the decision about returning face-to-face or staying online. So this slide here is all about our health and safety protocols, and we've talked a lot about these tonight already. One thing that is key is that we educate each other, we educate our students, and we educate our community. And as you know, that education changes. As Dr. Dupree says, there's all kinds of different information that we're receiving. And so as we continue to receive that information, we will continue to educate our staff and our students. One thing that we have started doing is we have wellness monitors at every building. We do a temperature check before we go into the building. And as Dr. Dupree noted, that our staff and our students are now doing a wellness app or some type of symptom checker every morning before they come to school. Of course, hand washing, face coverings, you're very familiar with these safety protocol and these discussions. I think at this point, our cleaning protocols. And I think one thing that you don't maybe know as much about is our exposure communication protocol, and that involves contact tracing. So in the next slide, we're going to talk about that a little bit more in detail. Okay, so exposure communication protocol. So this has to do with what happens when we have a situation where a staff or a student believes that they're sick, or perhaps they have COVID. And so it all starts with an initial report that's made, and we have a district COVID team, and at every campus we also have some key members that are campus COVID team members that have been trained and have some special knowledge that they've learned throughout the trainings. And so once those reports are made, then we begin an investigation. Our district COVID team, along with the campus, contacts the individual, the student, or the employee, gathers information, and then we begin the contact tracing. Based on that investigation, information is provided to the staff or to the student and the family about what happens next. We also report as appropriate to any of the community and the health department and all of those different groups. So then we monitor the staff and the students, and then we provide follow-up support to make sure that they are clear about when they can return to school or to the work setting. All of that exposure communication protocol has been in place, and our staff have been doing that over the last 6 weeks, 8 weeks. And so as we begin to bring more students back and more staff, we are exploring whether we should contract this piece out or whether this is something that our district has the capacity to handle. So we're working through those pieces as we go forward. Okay, next slide, Gary, please. Okay, so child nutrition, and you saw some of this or on the video, or Dr. Dupree alluded to it. So we just want to, make sure that parents understand as we move into a face-to-face environment, students will be in their classrooms, and we believe it's important for students to leave the classroom. It's good to have a mental break, to walk around, to get out of the classroom. They'll go into the cafeteria, again, maintaining that 6-foot social distancing. They'll pick up their prepackaged meals that are available. They'll grab those. They'll also scan their badges to pay for their meals. And then we may have some students that eat in the cafeteria or students that moved back to the classroom. And of course, that's going to all be dependent on the number of students at that school and that grade level that are in the face-to-face environment as to how that's determined for each campus. Next slide, please. Transportation. I think this is a really important slide that we talk about because we're going to have limited transportation available for our students that have face-to-face instruction. We are not going to be able to guarantee transportation. Of course, there's certain populations of students, our special ed students, our McKinney-Vento, our homeless students, they absolutely will be transported. But just so you understand that the recommendations that we have from all the different, CDC and transportation, all of the guidelines suggest, and we believe that in order to safely transport students, we're going to need to reduce that capacity to having 50% of the students that we regularly transport. So on a normal size bus, that's only 24 students. So because of that, a transportation availability is going to be limited. What we will end up doing once parents do indicate face-to-face, we'll send out additional transportation surveys to those parents to learn more about the needs of the student, of the families that choose face-to-face. And just to mention, our protocols on the bus are similar to the protocols we use in the school building, but but we actually have a little bit more because of the fact that our students will be in an enclosed area for a good amount of time while they're traveling. We will be taking some additional safety protocols. Of course, we'll load students from the back to the front. They'll exit the front to the back. All of our staff and our students will be required to wear their PPE. And then between, we'll be sanitizing the bus, very good between runs. And all of this, that we'll be doing, it'll impact the amount of students and the amount of routes that we can run. Okay, Gary, the next slide, please. Okay, I think that this one is going back over to you, Dr. Dupree.
Yes, ma'am. So I wanted to talk just a little bit about our process going forward. We're near the end of the presentation, but we want to spend a few minutes talking about just how we're going to navigate going forward. So we gathered our Pandemic Advisory Committee 2 weeks ago on August 20th. We went over the role of their committee. We did introductions. We talked about the components of the pandemic management plan that we shared with the board in our last board meeting. And then we talked about how their primary focus of that committee is to meet with staff, study our data, kind of just help us keep reasonableness and accountability in our data. We talked about the fact that we'll be making recommendations from time to time about opening and closing schools, and then just having that extra set of eyes, the community's eyes supporting us has been very beneficial, much as we do with special education or gifted and talented, different, they're not necessarily oversight committees, but they are advisory committees that guide staff in that regard. Now, the distinction of this committee, though, and this is one of the things we talked about briefly at the meeting, and I've shared with the board, is that their work will be primarily once we open schools. But we're starting to meet with them now because they need to start getting used to the data over the next several weeks. And then we'll come to them from time to time. Again, we're going to start out every week just tracking and building our database and the process. But I told them one of the greatest challenges we have is the pandemic management plan, because of the way it's developed based on local data that comes out of our school system with our students and staff, is it doesn't necessarily have the triggers that are needed to indicate when are we going to resume face-to-face instruction to begin with. So we've been working with medical advisor, Dr. Joe Anzaldúa, who is a parent in our community, but also a reputable advisor to cities in our area. And so I've asked him to join us this evening so he can talk a little bit about his work, what he does, and kind of his thoughts about where we are in regard to the idea of beginning face-to-face instruction in Fort Bend. So I'll turn it over to you, Dr. Anzaldúa. You might want to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you. Go ahead when you're
Yes,
ready.
sir, we can hear you.
You're muted again.
Sir, you're muted again.
Can you hear me?
Now
Yes,
we
sir.
can.
Okay, sorry about that. A few weeks ago, I didn't even know what Zoom was. Now I'm trying to be an expert at it. I guess I'm not. For those of you that don't know me, briefly describe what I do. I've been in clinical practice in the Sugar Land area for 35 years. My training specialty is in family and community medicine. I'm currently the medical director for emergency medical services for the city of Sugar Land, city of Stafford, and city of Missouri City. I also serve these same cities as local health authority. Recently, most of my energy has been directed to helping and advising the city councils and city management navigate through the COVID-19 pandemic. Just as you all know, I track data on several websites on a daily basis. I participate in calls 2 times per week that involve a number of local health authorities in our area, including Harris County, City of Houston, Fort Bend County, and other neighboring counties. I also participate on calls with a data specialist at the School of Public Health here in Houston, as well as communicating with infectious disease experts and immunologists that specialize in vaccinations. So that's basically the background for this. I was asked to serve on the committee as well, and to provide some insight as to triggers, because that seems to be what people are wanting to know exactly when and where. And it's not easy, because if it was easy, every school board, school district would be doing the same thing. And as Dr. Dupree pointed out, it's not. I mean, every school board and district are making their own decisions based on what they know and the nuances that occur in their district. There's 2 things that I do. I mean, there's a lot of data metrics that I use: hospitalizations in our area, ICU admissions, death rates. The 2 things that I like to look at a lot are what's called a testing percent positivity and something called RT. RT meaning effective reproduction rate. I look at these things, they tell us different things epidemiologically. And just for example, going to positivity testing, the rate, you'll find on several websites in the CDC and WHO that the threshold seems to be at about 5%. That means that testing positivity rates over that are not good. It's considered to be a high rate of transmission. It tells us that we're not in control of the situation and things are going south. When it's less than 5%, that tells us that we are in good control. There is some sense that the transmission of the COVID-19 is slowing down, and that's a good sign. Just to let you know, on that vein, right now, Fort Bend County, we are at 5%. Back in early July, we were at, I think, 13%. So we've come a long way. So the trajectory is going in the right direction. The medical center, just to give you some difference, is a little bit different. They're tracking right now at 8.4% or something, and I'm not sure why that is. I'm having a Zoom meeting tomorrow to discuss that with these folks. The other metric that I like to review is something called RT. RT stands for effective reproduction rate, and that basically tells us what the rate of contagiousness is. It tells us if the epidemic is getting worse or it's getting better. The threshold for that is 1. So basically, if it's over 1, it basically tells us, sorry? Oh, it basically tells us that the cases are increasing exponentially. It's kind of like debt on an unpaid credit card, just keeps going up and up and up and up. If the number is less than 1, that means that things appear to be slowing, and that's always a good sign. Right now, we're tracking here in Fort Bend County. I believe I got that number, just pulled it recently, and it was 0.91. So that's good. That means that we're less than 1. So all things are pointing to things getting better, but this is a day-by-day things. Things can change, and they will change because they have. A good example of this is back in Memorial Day weekend. I let the city know that I had concerns that there would be an uptick in cases after the Memorial Day weekend, and sure enough, that's exactly what happened. I suspect that probably this Labor Day weekend, we may be seeing more of the same, although I think we have learned some lessons from the Memorial Day weekend, and hopefully it'll be better. But things will change. The other concern that I have is the data. There's some concern that some of the data that's coming out of the state of Texas may not be accurate. It may be faulty. The problem there is that me and even the county here in Fort Bend, we're at their mercy because we got to count on their data. But when the data is faulty, It's really bad because people are trying to make decisions with respect to reopening schools and businesses based on that data. I think that they're fixing it. I think that they're on the right track, but I don't know when that's going to happen. The same issue with Fort Bend County. A few months ago, there were some issues that they had, but I think they've made great improvement in trying to, they changed their software systems. They've hired more people, more contact tracers, epidemiologists, investigators. They really beefed up their operation. So it's getting better. But I got to tell you that the data that we look at, sometimes we got to take it with a grain of salt. That's why I look at a lot of parameters. I just don't rely on one state of data, because that would not be good. The other concerns that I think you all should know, some considerations, is the so-called second wave. We don't even know whether that's coming. If the past pandemics are any idea, it's going to happen. And right now it's predicted to happen sometime in the fall, maybe October, maybe November. To make matters worse, we have our flu season that's coming up and may very well coincide with COVID-19. I need to let you know that, because I think it's important for the board and the district to understand that they may, depending on what's going on, may have to rethink and reconsider what we're doing right now. So the plans that are made right now may necessarily have to change in the future. And we have to be ready for that, because that can happen. That's all I have to tell you all. The other thing that I did want to mention just briefly is kids, children especially, and COVID-19. There's some literature right now that unfortunately has said that children are super spreaders. There is no research, there's no indication and no data to prove that children are super spreaders. It is true that children have higher viral loads than adults do. However, there is no data that's showing that just because they have that, they are necessarily infecting other children or even other adults. They have very, very low rate of getting ill and even death. It's less than 1. It's really, really less than 1. So children are not really getting sick that much. When they do get sick, it's very mild, and sometimes it's even asymptomatic. They have no symptoms. So I think in terms of the age group that we're looking at, it looks good. If there's a group to be doing this with, it's with the kids. Other concern that I have is the idea that the children are going to bring infection. The children are going to be leaving the school and taking infection to the parents. Actually, I'm more concerned about the children bringing infection from their household contacts into the school. The school is what I have seen, and I've had several meetings now. I think they're making great strides in doing all the preparation and the planning and their safety protocols. I like what they're doing. I think that they're really doing a great job there. But there's no way to guarantee that there's never going to be any kind of a hotspot or focus of a breakout anywhere, including a school district. So that's one of the issues there. The issue being it's the kids are important, but also faculty and support staff, because a lot, as you know, they're adults, and some of them are adults with medical issues. So that is a concern to me. But I think that all the containment and mitigation efforts have that the school district is doing are optimal, and they're good. I think right now the evidence weighs on the side of letting the schools reopen, and I do agree with the current timeline that Dr. Dupree set forth, with a caveat that we have to be ready to move in the event things go south and we do have a second wave or things get out of control, because that's always going to be a possibility. This is a novel virus. This is unknown to the human race, and we have to respect that and understand that. There's a lot of things that they have in common that this SARS-2 has in common with SARS-1 and even MERS, but there's a lot of other things that are totally, totally different. So this is truly a novel virus. It's a day at a time thing. We're looking at trends. I will tell you that I will make every effort to keep up with the data, look at trends, look at data, and keep the school informed or the district informed about what's going on so that they can plan better. You guys have a very difficult job. I don't envy any of you. I'm glad I'm not on the school board. You have the unique experience of being at a time in this country historically of dealing with a problem that school boards in the past have never dealt with. So my hat's off to y'all. And that's all I've got.
Thank you, Dr. Anzaldúa. I appreciate your being with us tonight. I hope, please stay around if you don't mind for Q&A in a few minutes. We're gonna wrap up the formal presentation. So as I mentioned earlier, we laid out the timeline because we do believe it's a reasonable timeline that works within the 8 weeks we have available according to the waiver we're asking you to approve tonight. And as Dr. mentioned, he believes that we're at a place where we could safely begin to implement face-to-face instruction using our established health and safety protocols. And so I know the board is interested in convening perhaps next week to consider action to approve that transition plan. So that would be a key next step. Again, about that same time next week, we're going to have information from students about their online versus face-to-face choices. And then staff will be working through any concerns they might have about any medical waivers. And we'll begin putting together school operational issues. As you can see, breakfast, lunch, entry and exit, all the details, the master schedules and those things that we've talked about this evening. And then we'll move to this phase of implementation where the Stakeholder Advisory Committee, Pandemic Advisory Committee will begin meeting weekly just to kind of review the data. But our reality is that if we have spikes, I mean, Dr. Anzaldúa mentioned this, but if we have any campus that has a spike, or if we've got outbreak in our community, we'll have to potentially close a classroom, a building for a 14-day quarantine. So we are well poised to execute according to all of those plans once we do resume face-to-face. We've well established and communicated those protocols. But now the big question is it time? And so with that, for us to begin face-to-face. So with that, I'll turn it over to the board for questions and comments about tonight's presentations. Mr. Burdine.
Thank you, Dr. Dupree. We appreciate the presentation. First this evening is going to be Mrs. Kristen Tossan, whenever she's ready with any questions or comments.
Thank you, Mr. Burdine. And I want to thank Dr. Dupree and everyone who.
Kristen, you're on mute.
Sorry, I hit it and it didn't come off. I was just saying I wanted to thank Dr. Dupree and not only everyone who worked on the presentation and presented tonight, but everyone who's behind the scenes, who's worked really hard to come up with a plan moving forward. I know many of us are ready to be able to get back face to face as long as we can do so safely. I'm certainly in that camp. And so what I want to do is ask a few questions, and I know other board members have questions. So I'm going to try to stick to scheduling questions and fine arts questions. And then I have a couple of equity concerns that I want to bring up. I just want to say at the outset, I know that other trustees have as well. We've received dozens, if not over 100 or more emails. And I appreciate the feedback and I appreciate the questions. And I think the administration who's worked on this should appreciate the questions as well, because it challenges us and requires us to think outside the box. And so I appreciate all of that. And I tried to respond to as many as I could. And those who I didn't, I read your emails and I appreciate it. I wanted to go to, I guess let's start with our phase back in timeline. And I'm going to ask a couple of logistical questions first. Dr. Dupree, you said that this is a sample or maybe a schedule that you put together in response to, I know, some questions that we had. But it was my understanding that TEA is allowing 4 weeks of online, and then the waiver, which is on our agenda tonight, for an additional 4 weeks. It's my understanding that we're asking for that additional 4-week waiver in order to allow us to phase back in, not because we intend to spend the entire additional 4 weeks online. So that's my first question. And my follow-up would be, don't we have to stick to that timeline? Isn't TEA requiring us at this point to do that?
So your first question, Mrs. Tassan, yes, the 4 weeks would allow us to phase in and have all students. So basically, as you can see from the timeline, essentially the last 2 weeks of that timeline, we would have many elementary students that are coming in that 6th week, the 7th week, yes, and then the 6th and 7th week, and then the 7th week we would have high school and middle school students returning as well. So yeah, we would not be running on full online that entire 8 weeks. We would be phasing in those last 3 weeks. So that was the intent. In regard to the TEA guidelines, this is where, you've heard me say numerous times, as superintendent, my goal is to lead according to the best interest of our students and our staff, even if that means challenging TEA guidelines, because according to all the attorneys that have advised us, they are guidelines. They're not law, they're not policy, they're guidelines. And that if we really believe we needed more than that 8 weeks, then we should ask TEA and the commissioner. I've actually talked to him about that several weeks ago, and he indicated if the conditions indicate that we need more time, they would definitely consider a second waiver if necessary. We don't want to do that unless we need to, but I do think it's always an option if it's something we believe we need to leverage.
Okay, so I appreciate that answer, because a lot of the questions that I saw coming in were parents worried that we intended to stay online through December or through some undetermined period of time. And, this presentation shows us that really it's our intent to spend that second 4-week period phasing back into face-to-face for those who choose to do so.
That's correct, Ms. Tassan, and I want to thank you for bringing that up, because I do want to address any concern that a parent might have that we do not want to get kids back face-to-face. We fully appreciate the fact that our students do better face-to-face. Most of them, not all of them, but most of them do. And I'm hearing from parents, I'm observing it myself and some children and families that I know. So all of us want our kids back in school face-to-face if they want that for their own benefit as soon as possible.
Okay, so I appreciate that. I wanted to make sure that we were clear on that and got that message out there, and that we are taking steps to do that safely. And I understand that we have to watch and see what happens, but we are moving in that direction. So some of my questions now are going to be around the bell schedule, and we've received a lot of concerns from parents, but being a parent myself of one who's in high school, so I've got a secondary kid, and I share some of these concerns because I feel like if we don't, by not aligning the online and face-to-face schedules, I feel like we create some issues for some of our students. And so let me give some examples, and then I'll allow you to respond. And I'm going to use the fine arts example because I have a daughter who's in fine arts, and I have some concerns around her being able to fully participate. She's in the band program, and I have some concerns about her being able to fully participate. So some of my concerns is that if our bell schedules are not aligned online and face-to-face, that not only will students not be able to fully participate in, let's just use band, for example. And I know that you mentioned earlier that you're going to try to arrange the schedules where students can potentially show up for face-to-face participation in that. but what about for the students who can't? And then they're just taking sort of a limited online version of band, whereas now, right now they've got the full wind ensemble and the full beginners band and everyone meeting together and sort of on the same page. I have concerns that the limited online version of that will not be a very robust experience or a very good experience. I know that that's not our intent, but if they're not rehearsing together as a full band or a full choir or a full orchestra, then I feel like that's something less than we would want for our kids, and that we would want educationally for our kids. Certainly for those who are preparing to education, that they're preparing for all state auditions and things like that. So what is your response to that? And in that response, I would like you to address why you think we can't synchronize those bell schedules with in some way.
So I'll ask Stephanie Williams and Brett Limley to join me on the screen. I will give an answer, and then they may be able to help fill in. Mrs. Tassan, this is one of those issues where we have to make some tough choices. So first of all, I want to be clear, tonight we're only talking about the bell schedule, not the actual detailed student schedules within that, because we have a number of options. One of the options we have, for example, is trying to align the face-to-face schedule with the online schedule and try to somehow Zoom or connect kids in the large band hall who are face-to-face with a number of kids who might be online, which in my perspective in making the decision, that is very different than having all the students online as they are today. And I believe that would be an inferior product for both children, both groups of kids, because you've got a band director trying to work between a small screen of some kids, very small pictures on the screen, and it's not the same sitting at home playing your horn with a number of kids on the screen than with a large group, an ensemble in the hall going on at the same time. So we do not believe that's an ideal setup trying to do a live stream. We believe the students who are online, who are having their program specifically designed for them, even though it's independent of the students who are in face-to-face, it's a more robust, higher quality learning experience for that student if it's designed for them 100% online. The other thing that we've talked about, the other option we have is with the schedule, with the bell schedule that we have currently, that we're considering right now, it could be designed in a way that a student, for example, if your daughter wanted to do online, but then wanted to go to school for band only and do that live with the other students, the schedule we have now could allow her to do that, like for example, first period, and still have time to get home for her second period online class at home. So that provides that flexibility. The current schedule we have proposed provides much more flexibility for that type of thing. If we simply align the periods one-to-one throughout the day, you lose that flexibility in the schedule for students to do that. So ultimately we have to choose, are we going to serve the online kids dedicated in a way that they are going to be in a room with the kids on a screen in a way that we believe is an inferior learning opportunity for all the children, but especially the online children? Or do we want to serve their needs and then provide that opportunity for that child who may be mostly online but wants to come to school for band? So Stephanie or Brett, would you like to add anything to that?
Yes, the only thing that I would say, and Dr. Dupree very well said, by the way, being a former band member myself and an all-stater myself, what I can say is that being on the screen when everybody else is in the room, just like Dr. Dupree said, there's some phasing concerns, there's some balance concerns, there's some concerns that I just don't think would be appropriate. The other piece is that the students who are online, just like a math student, just like any other English student, they're going to have a teacher with them in that group. And so if I'm someone who's got aspirations to go to All-State, that might actually be a better situation for me because I now have a one-on-one voice in that Zoom room or that Teams room with that teacher who might actually essentially be giving me some individual pointers as I'm trying to prepare for that competition. And those are the only things that I'd like to add.
Okay, so I have a couple of follow-up questions. My first one is premised on the AB block schedule. In the AB block schedule for secondary students, does that mean that students will not be attending every class every day?
Stephanie, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am, that is what that means.
Okay, so they'll be attending similar to what's happening now with the online environment. They will attend some classes on some days, say Monday and Thursday, and some classes on Wednesday, and some classes on Tuesday and Friday.
Correct.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, because I had some equity concerns about some students getting to attend class every day and getting more instruction than other students who would not be face-to-face. So you're saying that it's not the case. Are the hours going to be roughly the same for both?
Yes, Ms. Tassan, we have the face-to-face right now set at an hour and a half. Obviously, that's not straight direct instruction. The online time is 1 hour with 30 minutes asynchronous. So that's how a teacher can balance the learning experiences among the two, and a team can work through the curriculum.
Okay, so tell me why a live stream is an inferior learning opportunity. Because I'm going to tell you why I asked this question. Because it seems to me that it would be easier from a transition perspective and from being able to go back between online and face-to-face, especially if we have to quarantine, that if we were just live streaming these kids into these face-to-face classes, then it would be much easier for them to transition back and forth. And from what I've seen from the online, the teachers are sharing their Elmo screens and sharing, much like we're doing here. And it seems to me that it would be easy for them to do that if kids were maybe zoomed into the live classroom. So why is that inferior?
So Ms. Tassan, we thought the same thing you did originally on the design team. And we actually set about to test that this summer with real teachers and people at home and in person. And the feedback that our teachers gave us is that they were unable to monitor one group of kids at all time. So if all we were trying to do was deliver what was coming from the Elmo, then they would be able to see that. But when a teacher moved about in the face-to-face classroom to give feedback, the students online were left on their own. Chat could be occurring that the teacher could not monitor, and vice versa. When the teacher moved back, things in the classroom could happen. So after about 3 to 4 weeks of testing and getting feedback, we took that off of our item with the live stream. There are also bandwidth issues that could come about. We didn't get into the bandwidth testing because once our teacher said this is not something I can manage, we can manage a face-to-face classroom or an online classroom, but we can't manage these two at the same time. We feel like we're giving our kids an inferior experience. We felt we had to listen to that.
And what I would add to that, Ms. Tassan, is I'll go back to what we've consistently reinforced with our core beliefs and commitments. If we wanted, and frankly, our parents are holding us accountable for providing the highest quality instructional program possible. And this is, again, where we're having to balance priorities. And as much as the idea of live streaming, we hear that some other districts are attempting that, but word we're hearing from some of those communities is it's just not working well. The teachers do not like it because it places really a more difficult burden on them. But from the student perspective, when you can have that teacher focused on the students in the room, they're getting the quality learning experience. And when you have that teacher dedicated to the students online, because it is different to prepare and deliver online learning, then they're getting a quality learning experience online that's much more equitable with what's happening in the classroom.
So was this test that you guys did in an academic setting, or did we do any testing in a fine arts type setting?
We stopped in the academic setting once the academic teacher could not make that work and when the bandwidth concerns were brought up.
Okay, so I just bring that up because have our fine arts teachers weighed in on this decision? Because I just want to make sure. I mean, I was a band kid, I was a fine arts kid also, and I know that what happens in an academic setting is not always the same as in a fine arts setting. And many times the students may not need as much. Of course, in my class, there were a few who needed more, more supervision. But I just want to make sure that our fine arts directors and our fine arts teachers have been able to weigh in on this, because I know it makes a difference having everyone together, even if you have to mute some of them, playing together so that they can hear this, those students can hear what everyone else is doing in the room.
Well, we can certainly follow up and have that conversation with our fine arts staff just to see. I know there's been some conversation from Mr. Drew about that. I've actually talked to him yesterday about some of that, but we'll follow up some more to see, because I'm actually got an email just now from a band teacher who said, "Thank you, we don't really want to do that."
Okay.
And so that is a little bit of feedback just from one
And
person.
that's what I want to know. I want to make sure that if they say it can't work, then okay. But I definitely want to make sure that we're getting that feedback from them, and we're understanding what their needs are and what the needs of their students are.
Let me make this commitment to because I think this is important. We're trying to man a very large ship right now. We're trying to do a lot of things systemically and organizationally. But I do think there's going to come a point, and I think fine arts is one of those areas. And I was talking to another superintendent, and they were talking about how their fine arts staff has just been so creative in so many ways. And honestly, we may have a band director who says, "I want to do that. I want to use Zoom for my band class." And if they really want to do that, I don't know that we say no to that, but
Yes.
so we're trying to coordinate schedules organizationally so that we can leverage, because we've talked about it may be better for some of these students, for example, to coordinate by feeder pattern, so that you've got all the middle school directors in one feeder pattern working with all the beginning band kids and all the, so you're leveraging more adults with more kids. And so I want to be mindful of, but that's what I'm trying to say is there may be some who want to step out and do that and others who don't. And maybe we need to figure out how to allow some of those things to happen within the structures we're establishing. So we can follow up and have some of that conversation.
So I appreciate that. And I absolutely like the idea of allowing not just our fine arts teachers, but maybe other teachers who say, I can handle this with this class, or I have this great idea that I think is going to work well for me. I want to make sure that we're accommodating those teachers and the students who are in those classes, because some of these AP classes may run a whole lot differently than some other classes that might be going on in the school. And so I appreciate the flexibility and being open, because every campus is different and every class is different. And I think we need to be mindful of that.
I appreciate that. I do have to give the caveat, though, that we're trying to educate a whole lot of kids on a finite number of teachers. And so this is where we have to force more into the norm than allowing too much exception, because when you allow too much exception, you start diluting your resources. So I want to have those conversations, because I think you make some excellent points, but I also have to just give that caveat. We're going to have to be guarded about how much exception we can allow within the system at this point.
Well, I certainly understand that we have expectations and the need for our educators, for our teachers, to maybe work in ways that they've never worked before, and we may need to use them in other ways. But as long as it fits within our scheduling, and I really believe, this is the way this is certainly one of our core beliefs and commitments, and this is the way we've been pushing, is towards more individualized learning. And that means, to the extent we can, I understand we're in a pandemic and our resources are limited. It certainly aligns with where we have gone as a district. So one of my other questions, and I want to make sure that we're committed to arranging the schedules of not just fine arts kids, but kids in other activities, so that they can show up and participate in person, or if they're band director or choir director or whomever is not doing that live stream, and if they want to attend in person, I want us to be committed to making that happen, because otherwise they're losing that completely. They're losing their participation in the program. Have we thought about doing a morning and afternoon type schedule where now I'm going to move into moving kids to other campuses. I don't want my kid moved to another campus. I can't think of a parent who wants their kid moved to another campus. I totally get the resources issue. I totally understand social distancing and all of that. But if we're, particularly for kids, I'm going to go back to my fine arts kids. They're part of the band, choir, theater, orchestra, whatever program at that school. Moving them to another school is more than just not ideal. It's problematic. So to that end, I guess my question is, have we thought of a half-day schedule, in morning and afternoon, and why didn't we implement that if so? And then my follow-up question is, I want to make sure these students, if they opt for face-to-face and you say, okay, but we have to move you to another campus, I would like to be able to allow that student to come back and say, no, never mind, I'm going online, as opposed to going to another campus.
So I'll address the last question first. Absolutely, they will have that opportunity if it cannot work. That's why that's why we're defaulting to face-to-face, because if we're planning for the most face-to-face and they go back online, that's a pretty easy shift, but it's much more difficult to shift them from online to face-to-face. So we will be able to allow that. In regard to the idea of a split day, I'll speak to high school specifically. The risk of us needing to do that at a high school is very minimal, if almost virtually impossible, because we do have the ability per TEA guidelines to do hybrid schedules. It may mean we do a split day, or we do an alternating day, some kind of rotating day schedule for the students. So we have lots more options at high school. We have fewer options, really very much fewer at elementary and middle school. And I'll let Stephanie speak to that part of it, because I know there's a relationship to the instructional minutes and those kind of things as well. So Stephanie, will you speak to that, please?
Of course. Thank you, Dr. Dupree. We did research doing a split day. And when you look at the TEA guidelines, it requires approximately 310 to 315 days of instruction, because you do need to put those instructional minutes back into the student's day, since a hybrid is not allowable at K-8. And so that's where the split day kind of went off the table for us, because it would require almost year-round school in order to get the minutes in for the students.
So in other words, K-8, we're not allowed to do a hybrid where they go to face-to-face in the morning and then go online in the afternoon.
Correct. And that was when that came out, that was what took that option off the table majorly for the K-8.
So that's really disappointing. Like you said earlier, Charles, about, we're not afraid to push back on TEA if we need to push back on TEA. I think in a pandemic, this is one of those times where we need to be able to be more flexible and more creative with scheduling. And it's really disappointing that we're not able to do that. I know that there are probably a lot of parents who would, love to opt for that morning's, schedule and do afternoon online or vice versa, if their kids could stay at their home campuses. And so I think it's important for parents to understand that our hands are tied. I mean, if their student gets moved to another campus, then what you're saying is that our hands are tied, and that we're not really able to be flexible with the scheduling in order to prevent that from happening. And kind of our only option is to maybe send them to another campus. But with high school, it's different, is what you're saying.
That's correct. Yes.
So not likely to have to move will not have to move high school kids, because we have more flexibility with scheduling.
Correct. And I'm going to, Ms. Tassan, again, I want to be clear. We're trying to be transparent in what we could be asked to do under extreme and the worst circumstances. Again, we don't want to move kids, because that's logistically a nightmare for the families, for us, trying to manage all of that, we want them. I mean, if we need to figure out a way to bring in a few portables or something, I know Oscar doesn't, he's probably thinking, oh no. But if we need to do something like that, we can do that. So we want to do anything we can to keep kids in their school community. That has always been our goal, is to manage that school community where they know their teachers, they know their principal, they know their peers. And frankly, I mean, we could do some real creative things with scheduling, but it might mean, very early mornings and very late evenings. But I don't think we want to get into that with elementary kids. But I do think we've got some choices, some options, and we're going to do anything like this, moving kids to other campuses, will be our last ditch effort after we've tried we've exhausted all other opportunities.
Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate you saying that. I know that that gives a lot of people a lot of peace of mind. And even if Oscar cringes, I would say, let's be as flexible as we can. And even if we have to move some portables, let's try to keep our kids where they belong and not move them. That's always been a priority of this board in this district. And I think we need to do that, in the spirit of flexibility, as you said earlier, and trying to make things work depending on the campus and the class and the teacher. As long as our resources allow it, I appreciate you guys doing it. I have other questions, but I'm gonna pass to the other trustees and I'm sure they'll be asking them. So thank you all again, and thanks for the responses.
Thank you, Mrs. Tossan. Mr. Rice, go ahead whenever you're ready, sir.
Thank you, President Verdeen. I wanna thank all of the folks who put this together, as Mrs. Tossan did, and also Dr. Anzaldua, who he probably doesn't recall this, but he's seen my kids before. It's been about 30 years ago, but had a great experience in his office. I think that I want to check on the calendar, Dr. Dupree. Here we are in a Zoom meeting. One of the drawbacks with Zoom is that I cannot look at the board book or your PowerPoints and also participate in this meeting. I mean, I can hear you, but I can't see you. So Zoom is not a panacea. And my question is, you're telling me the first grading period, is that 9 weeks? And we're trying to get a waiver for 8 weeks? Or is there some overlap?
Well, so the interesting thing is, Mr. Rice, is our grading cycle is technically 9-week grading cycle, but they generally fluctuate from 9 weeks, 8 weeks, maybe 10 weeks, depending on the school calendar and testing schedule and various things. So it so happens that this first 9-week grading cycle is about 8 weeks. So it works out perfectly for that waiver to align with that.
Okay. So the plan would be if we move forward with a waiver for a second 4 weeks, then and that were granted by the TEA, then we would, because I think the TEA has said that after 8 weeks, we've got to offer online and face-to-face instruction in order to maintain funding.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. And then what is our annual M&O budget? Roughly 790 million or something like that?
In that range. Brian, do you have a number off the top of your head?
I believe the adopted budget is 738 million, so right at 740.
Okay. So just kind of back of the napkin, I mean, if I just divided that by 52 weeks, we're roughly around $14 million at risk potentially. Okay, that's just good to know. I do think this plan that you came up with is a pretty good plan, and of ways to phase it back in. I saw that you were bringing the early grades in ahead of time to train them for those who choose to go face-to-face on how to behave and socially distance and so forth when they're in the classroom. And then it moves to where the high school kids, they need it the day before and they're good to go. And then I think in doing this, it gives students and their parents a choice. Some can be online and some can be face-to-face. So I know that when we last met, I don't remember if that was in July or not, but I heard Dr. Ansaldua say we were at the positivity testing rate was 13%, and now we're at 5%, which is the threshold. So it's going in the right direction and it's progressed very well. I also heard him say the RC, I think that is the rate of contagion. If it's over 1%, that's bad, it's going in the wrong direction. But if it's less than 1%, it's going in the right direction, and we're less than 1%, we're at 0.91%. So those are positive things. I was a little concerned about the data coming out of Texas, which we and the county and the municipalities have to rely on as possibly being faulty. And then also the fact that we've got to take all the data with a grain of salt and that prepare for a second wave. And I think that we probably are prepared for a second wave, and we've reacted to hurricanes, we've reacted to COVID-19, we've reacted to a lot of things. And I think that we could probably do that. So I think this is a good plan going forward. I know people have concerns. My wife is retired and she is in an at-risk category. So like other people, I feel like, oh, I'm not going to get COVID-19, but I am careful because I don't want to carry it home to her. And so I have been at work following strict protocols with wearing masks, the sanitizing, taking the temperature, the whole 9 yards. And we've been back since whenever the governor allowed it, May, I think. But I've been working every single day. And I think this is a very positive plan, and I'm in favor of it. So I just want to thank you for all the hard work I know that has gone on, and especially your staff and planning the bell schedule. There's some nuances there that you talked about, the difference between the bell schedule and the individual schedule. And I'm sure once we get into it, we'll learn more and continue to tweak and adjust and go forward. But our plan to notify students and parents, hey, it's time to make a decision if you're interested in doing that. And I know a lot of them are ready to go back. Not everyone is, which is okay. But if we have the hybrid plan, I think that's the best we can do right now. So what's the window again for enrolling or letting tomorrow
through next Tuesday, the 8th at 4:30 p.m.
Okay. So that gives everybody some time. And all right. Well, that's really all I had. And again, I want to echo Mrs. Tossan's comments and thanking you and the staff for all the man hours of putting in to prepare for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. If I may, let's take a 10-minute break. We've been at this for over an hour and 45 minutes. And then when we return, Mrs. Addie Helliger, our Vice President, will have some questions and comments. So let's meet back here at 7:57, please. All right. Do we have most of our board back? Mr. Rice, Mrs. James, Mr. Rosenthal, Ms. Tausan? Let's see here. Do we have Mrs. Addie Helliger?
Yes.
All right. And Miss Allison Drew, you around?
Did you do that?
Yep, I'm here, Dave. Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Jason, Mr. Verdeen.
No, thank you. I
Mr.
appreciate
Burdine,
that.
I see all trustees on the call.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. So let's go ahead and get started up again. Mrs. Addie Helliger, please take it from here, ma'am.
All right. Good evening, everyone. I want to first just echo the comments from Ms. Tassan and Mr. Rice around the thoughtfulness, the thoughtful preparation around putting together these plans. I just wanted to just share with you all that I really appreciate all the effort and time. I know this is a very, very difficult task, and like the doctor said earlier, no board has ever been here before, and so we are definitely in unprecedented times. And so I appreciate all the work and the effort, the long nights and days, the rework, all those things that it took to get us here today. I think the plan is a very thought out plan. I do have some questions, however, and I tried to organize the questions in a certain way to hopefully kind of flow a certain way. I'm going to first start asking questions around for teachers. I know that we, in the presentation earlier, we stated that we would find out whether or not the teachers were going to, we asking them to all come back, but we would find out if they needed a waiver or whatnot. We may even find out that some may not decide that this is not a career path for them anymore. I mean, just looking at the work that we did initially to start the school year, we had some teachers who had initially agreed to come onto the campuses, and then when we tried to staff for our learning centers, we weren't able to do so. So I'm just anticipating that we may have similar concerns. And so just wanted to first ask, have we done any kind of polling with the teachers to kind of see where they were?
No, ma'am. At this point, we have not. You know, we've
Mhm.
done surveys over the last several months, but since we've started school, we have not polled them about their level of concern about returning. That's we wanted to work with a medical expert, Dr. Enzel Dua, and we wanted to kind of track the data and then really get to the point where we can let them know it's just, you know, that we're moving in that direction. And that's kind of where we are now. There comes a point where where we need to ask them to return, and where feelings and opinions and comfort levels aren't really the subject. Of course, we want to navigate this very gently, compassionately to meet their needs, but ultimately we need to start moving our teachers back into the classrooms at the appropriate time. So we have not further polled them at this point.
Okay. And so so is it our understanding or our agreement, or that we would think that we would have majority of our teenage teachers back or all of our teachers back, that we won't need any kind of prioritization of the students that actually will come onto campus? Because I'm just concerned that we will have teachers that are not available, and we might have more class or more students available than we have teachers that are prepared or ready to come face to face. And what is the impact to the students who have signed up or who want to come back to campus?
So that really relates to what Ms. Tassan asked, because at this point, that data, the teachers who file for a waiver, those that are approved, and what they decide to do, the number of available teachers will then have to be compared to the number of students requesting face-to-face and online. So then we can lay all of that out to really have the right answer for your question. So we need that important data. What we know is, again, similar to Ms. Tassan's question, is at the high school level, we've got a lot more flexibility. Because if we're too tight, we can flex student schedules, we can rotate them, we can do a hybrid model to balance some of that. At the middle school and elementary, our options are similar to what we're doing now. We cannot, once we get past the 8 weeks, we can no longer tell a student who chooses face-to-face that they cannot have face-to-face at the elementary and middle school level. So we will have to leverage substitute teachers, finding new teachers if possible. You know, we've talked about the idea that maybe an online teacher, since they don't have various duties and some of the other responsibilities of a face-to-face teacher, they might be able to take a little larger class load, you know, not an excessively large number, but maybe balance some of the students across that load. So there's a variety of things we can do, but in the end, you know, if there's there's a large disparity, that'll create a different situation. But that's when we bring up some of the topics, like perhaps needing to cross campus lines and inter-organizational teacher assignment and those kinds of things as well.
Okay, because I am hearing, I mean, even tonight during the call, I'm hearing statements from teachers where they're concerned about their ability to manage the possible load, as well as if they have to manage both a face-to-face and a online class at the same time. So there's still definitely a lot of concern out there. So I wanted to kind of ask the question a little differently so that we can kind of reiterate our stance on that.
Yes, and I appreciate you sharing that concern, and I'm going to continue to reinforce to our teachers, we are not going to overload our teachers. I mean, we understand what they are doing even today is challenging, but we're doing everything we can, and we will continue to balance their load in such a way that it's manageable. We do not want to overload our teachers.
Okay, good, thank you. And in preparation of moving back to the campus, one of the statements that we made was that we would not have any kind of disruption in teaching or classes. That's correct?
Can you ask that again? I don't think I understood.
Will we have any disruption in classes being taught, even as the teachers move from online version to the face-to-face?
Yes,
there's no disruption.
We absolutely will.
Okay.
Every school will have a different master schedule that they'll have to split the students and teaching staff between online and face-to-face. So there will be significant rescheduling and likely teacher reassignment in most cases.
Okay, because I think the concern was that we may have said earlier that there will be no disruption in in classes being taught. So that's
we would never have said committed to that.
Okay, yeah, okay. Or even the teachers still have to teach. Will they have any time off? That's a better question. Will they have any time off to really prepare for their classrooms? That's a better question.
Yes, ma'am. So let me answer that in a couple of ways. So first of all, when teachers come back on if they come back on the 23rd, they'll have 3 days before our students come back. During that time, there will be some asynchronous learning days built in to allow teachers to post assignments for students so that they can prepare their rooms, start doing their lesson planning for face-to-face and those things, so they will have time to prepare during that transition. It's not just show up and start doing it. So we are going to tend to that need. And then again, a lot of our teachers will have face-to-face, a lot will have online, some will have both. And those that have both will actually have additional time built into their day for extra planning to prepare for that differentiated sessions, if you will.
Okay. All right, thank you. So I'm sure the more communication will come out to teachers around that. Okay. My next question I'm going to move to will be our students. So I am concerned with the level of attendance from certain high schools in our district that were definitely under 90%. And so if we're having difficulties reaching to those students because we're online, what is the probability of us being able to reach out to them to get them back to the face-to-face learning environment?
Joe, would you speak to that, please? I know you and your team have been working on that.
Yes, Mrs. Hilliger. So one of the items that we've been having discussions about is a few months ago, we partnered with Kaiza, and Kaiza has been assisting with bringing students back into Fort Bend ISD. So as we look at the students and the different strands that we have, we've identified that we have some students that are not enrolled in our schools, and we're going to go ahead and utilize Kaiza to make contact with those families and try to recruit them back into our district. The other strand we have is we have students that are enrolled but aren't necessarily engaged. They're not attending classes as we feel is appropriate. So what we're doing is we're utilizing obviously the campuses. Their teachers are contacting the parents. We're also utilizing our attendance committees at the campus level. We have our attendance specialists from the Department of Student Affairs that are also making contact and making home visits, along with our partners from the county, because we have a partnership with the Saved by the Bell, and they have provided us 4 individuals that are also making home visits and making the phone calls. Now, earlier today, we had a conversation as an E-team, and we discussed using our parent educators. We have some schools throughout the school district that have parent educators. So we have been having conversations throughout the day about setting up a meeting and seeing how we can utilize our parent educators as well. So, you know, as we've shared in the past, we are utilizing our campuses and campus committees to make contact. We're utilizing our student affairs department and the personnel they have to make contact. We're going to go ahead and utilize our partnership with Kaiza to try to bring some of our students back into the system that are no-shows. So we have the steps and we are making progress. We also have the same concern that you have. We have made progress, and at one of the last meetings we had, we actually shared that we had a 10% increase within the Marshall feeder pattern and a 12% increase in the Willow Ridge feeder pattern. So we are making the gains, but we still have some more contacts that we need to make. with some of these families.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that explanation. And do we have a generic reason why we were able to make those 10 to 12% gain in those different feeder patterns? Was there a reason why those students were not attending?
The reasons vary. Some of them, some of the families reported that they were unaware of some of the options to assist with connectivity. Someone reported that they had issues with transportation. I mean, there was just a varying amount of just reasons. But that's where Dr. Rodriguez, Xochitl Rodriguez, and Sonia Smith Watson, they lead the Department of Student Affairs, and their focus was truly on the Marshall and the Willow Ridge feeder pattern. We anticipated, based on the information that we had received prior, we anticipated that we were going to have some issues with some of the families. So a lot of their energy and their time was focused on those two feeder patterns, and they continue to focus on those same two feeder patterns as well.
Okay, all right, thank you so much. So I definitely would like to continue to get updates from those all of the schools, but definitely those particular feeder patterns where we're still struggling to get our students back. Thank you for that. Also, from a student perspective, one of the things, and my son told me to tell you all that he wants to go back to school. And I said, well, okay, well, we'll talk about it. One of the things that I've seen, there's been pluses and minuses, pros and cons for this online learning. And I'm hoping that we're able to capture some of the pluses or pros that we've received by having the kids online. One of the things that I noticed is that because of our online learning, we've had to go to a global usage of Schoology. So it wasn't as if we've had some schools did it or some teachers did it. It was a global use of certain learning tools. Will that remain as a mandate when we go back to the face-to-face?
Yes, ma'am, it will. And I'll tell you, this is one of the upsides to the pandemic. You've heard me say all the way back to March and April, we want to capitalize on this opportunity to continually transform our organization. We don't ever want to go back to just normal. And what we found, we're in, I think, our 4th year of Schoology, and we've had increased usage year over year. But a pandemic event like this helped us to realize quickly in the spring who was actually using it as intended, who was using it for some basic elements of lesson planning and accessing the curriculum, who was fulfilling our true expectations and who wasn't. And so by now setting the clear standard and putting new monitoring protocols in place, absolutely the expectation is our tools, that tool in particular, but all of our tools will be used with greater fidelity across the district.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Alex was trying to get his questions in. So thank you. I appreciate that, because I think it's definitely going to be useful, and it's for me, just watching him particularly, it's increased his success already on the first couple of weeks of school. So I definitely appreciate that. So another question is, if kids get shifted to different campuses because of social distancing, at what point will they be phased back to their home school?
Well, so as I've addressed, I want to continue to reinforce the idea that I don't want people overreacting to that idea. It's very unlikely it will happen. It's possible, but we want people to be prepared for the possibilities. But essentially what would happen is, once everyone declares their modality, online or face-to-face, we'll do all of that work. And if it becomes necessary, and that's our last effort, then we have to do that. Then when we would get to the end of the next 9 weeks, based on student selection for face-to-face or online, because we'll be doing this every 9 weeks for this whole school year. If room opens up, then we would bring them back to their home campus if at all possible, but it would be a 9-week transition.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for that provided answer. So on the lines of social distancing, one of the questions that we just received was around the football. So we're asking football students to be in contact for football, but then we want them to social distance. And so the question was, you know, what kind of risk does it bring back to the school with the contact that is being done with some of our sports, not just football. I don't want to call or single out football.
Well, I'm going to be honest. I think that's a legitimate question. I mean, that's one, you know, we have reached the point in this pandemic where I think all families, most people are taking some form of acceptable risk. As we've listened to Dr. Enzaldua this evening, he expressed to me earlier today that the contact sports, he has concern about that, but we also have a state organization of UIL that's allowing it. And so, I mean, we can certainly as an organization not do that, but I just don't know, you know, if you have parents who are willing to allow their students, there comes a point where the parent has to accept that responsibility for their student. And so that's the course we've elected to take. So theoretically, if you take a student, this is the way that my mind is on this, yes, if the, you know, they're social distancing, unless they're in an active play situation. So even if there's an exposure at that point, when those students go back into the actual school, if they're going face to face, they'll be wearing masks, they'll be socially distanced, all the other students will be socially distanced and wearing masks. So we are putting that hedge, a protection to prevent them to the best of our ability from bringing it into other students in the building, just as you would from a student who's going out socializing and partying and going to restaurants actively and those kinds of things. So in a sense, it's no different. You know, that's the thing that was really an aha moment for me, because we're busy trying to protect our schools, when the fact is every student, every adult in that building is living a full life outside of that school. So that's why our social distancing and all those protocols for masking and all are so critical in the school, because people are leaving school and we don't know and we can't control what they're doing outside of that and outside of school. So, and to that extent, a student choosing to play football is no different than a student going to the grocery store or going somewhere else. It just happens to be on the football field at the school.
Okay, fair enough. I just definitely wanted to ask that question. I've received a couple of texts concerning that. And my last question for the for this particular moment will be, there's some teachers that are concerned that they're being asked to come back to face-to-face at a certain time, but their student is still at home. And they're concerned with, you know, how they to manage the differences between them being at work and their students still being at home. Can you talk to that a little bit, please?
I can. You know, so when teachers, so when they receive their notification tomorrow and they're asked to begin to prepare, for any teacher who has a reason, whether it's their own, there's a number of reasons that the federal COVID Response Act allows for teachers to take leave, paid leave from the federal government, you know, from that plan. We also have local leave and those kinds of things. But ultimately, what each individual professional staff member, any staff member at this point, is going to be asked to do is to address their personal needs and concerns. So if they're in a situation where they have a child who cannot, who there's a child care issue, if there are health risks in the home, there are categories of leave they can take that is even from the federal government, it's paid leave for a period of time. It's not months and months, but it gets them a little further down the road that they can access. You know, we don't want our teachers to have to access those leaves. We want them to be able to come to work. We want them to be able to work in a safe environment. Many of our teachers will be teaching online. So there's a way for them to declare to their principal that I would really prefer this. Now, it can't be guaranteed perhaps, but they can make that request of their principal, and then that gives them an opportunity to teach in a room alone, protected. And then based on other health risks or something that may be documented, they might be able to teach online from home. But we're no longer going to be able to have the opportunity to just say anybody who wants to teach from home can teach from home. So that's really the shift is there will be options to to teach differently and maybe further limit exposure. If there's a teacher who wants to teach online and wants to protect themselves more, they can make that request of their principal and still be fully functional and fully paid without having to deal with a leave and a process and all. But it's just, we're kind of narrowing some of those options, but all teachers still have leave options. There's things that they can leverage. And that's part of the conversation they'll have with human resources for those who file that waiver request, is to be able to discuss what is the issue, how can we support you through this?
Well, I think the question really, thank you for that, but I think the question really is around that shortened period of time that they're having to come back to school to do the readiness piece of it versus when they actually, kids come to school. So there's a very short window there.
Oh, okay, so I understand.
Okay, yeah.
So yes, so we're actually going to use the learning centers for that, to help with that transition. Now that'll put some teachers who may have children in another district in a unique environment, because we can take FBISD students into our learning centers. But we are going to ramp up the learning center so that any teacher who has a child that's not phased back in yet, we are going to provide support through our extended learning program for their children to help them during that transition.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mrs. Helliger. Mr. Rosenthal.
Thank you, sir. Addie, those were good questions, and I'd like to follow up on the last one. Charles, so I want to make sure I understand, because it sounded like the learning centers were all going to be phased out, but you're just talking about while teachers are coming back to start to set up their classroom before kids come back. Is that the time period that you're talking about?
Yes, sir. Yes, exactly. Yeah, they will be totally phased out when we resume full-time face-to-face.
Okay.
When students begin face-to-face and online split, the learning centers will be gone at that point.
Okay, great. And then I think, Addie, your point about Schoology, I think it's not a perfect tool, but I think it's a great tool, and I'm glad we've had time to really expand its use. And I think it should be around for a long time, because there's a lot of applications to it. There's always probably will be online opportunities, because there are students who will learn better then, through that tool. And then there's maybe perhaps it could be used when students are just homesick, and are out for whatever reason. So it's a great tool. I will say I'm a little disappointed in that, and again, I know things have been crazy, but I was kind of hoping that we could have used it for campuses where classes didn't make. And I was hoping that students would have been able to access certain classes that maybe were being taught at other schools. Just log in, Zoom into those classes.
No, we are doing that.
Okay, well, I got a response from one parent who I specifically had asked about, and the class did not make it at their school, at their high school, and it didn't sound like they were given that opportunity. So maybe I can follow up with you tomorrow.
Yeah, let's talk about that, because we are absolutely doing that. I got an unsolicited feedback in the grocery store from the dad whose daughter is actually doing it.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good to know.
He was telling me how excited the daughter was and how positive her experience has been. So
okay.
Yeah, so let me know if there's a specific.
It changed after I got the email and I didn't get a follow-up. So talk about that tomorrow. But so I've got a whole list of stuff. A lot of it's already been covered. First of all, I would also like to thank everyone who's worked on this. This has been really hard for me to wrap my head around how this is all going to work with scheduling and overcrowding and space, available space at schools. And so I know everybody put a lot of thought into this, and I appreciate that effort. It's not going to be a perfect situation for some, but as the doctor said, this has never been done before, and unfortunately, we're the ones that get to experience it. I know it's not fun for us. That's for sure. So I want to start from the very beginning and just with some comments. So I do like how you thought out the process of bringing back the youngest kids first, and actually thinking about, hey, these kids are going to need time because, like you said, some of them have never seen a school before, and to teach them about, okay, we got to keep distance and whatnot. And I think that was a great thought, and I appreciate that. The second thing is, and you and I have gone over this for the past 2 days for probably an hour or two, about the whole video in classroom idea, the live stream in the classroom. And I see both points of it. And after our conversation today, I'm kind of leaning to the fact that I think that you are correct in that I think it would lessen the experience for both groups. I'm just thinking back to when I was in the classroom a few years ago. If I had a cohort of students that I had to keep looking at a computer on, and then I'm trying to focus on kids that are face to face, honestly, I don't know how I would do that. I'm thinking, if I had to show a video to my kids there in the classroom, would that same thing with the kids, online, see the same video? How would that work? I'd have to be constantly running back and forth. I don't think I could do it. Now, I also appreciate what you said, is that there may be people who have figured out how to do it, and we ought to look into that. So I'm not trying to be a naysayer. I really do appreciate your offer to really study that and to find out if it is working elsewhere, because I think if you can make it work, and if there are teachers who can make it work, and especially in the fine arts, then we should try to do it. So I just wanted to let you know, and let my colleagues know that you and I have talked about this over the last 2 days, and I see both sides, but I also kind of tend to see the side that, I think you're kind of, again, like I said, I think you're limiting the full experience for both groups, and I don't know if that's really a win-win. You also, we talked about the schools who won't be able to accommodate if we have a large number of kids who want to do face-to-face and a lack of teachers. And so it sounds like at the high school level, we have flexibility. Maybe we can do that, some type of hybrid, extending the day. The other thing that you and I talked about today was, and in the past, was you were using 40 some percent, or 45 square feet. Sorry, I got distracted here. 45 square feet or 49 square feet. And I think if you go back, I don't know where that came from, because everybody always talks about 6 feet, which would kind of be like a 36 square foot area. One of the things that I read from back in our meeting on July 20th, I believe, from the American Association of Pediatrics, was they talked about this compromise. And I want to have it bookmarked here. So they talk about there's a conflict between optimal academic and social emotional learning in the schools and strict adherence to current physical distancing guidelines. For example, the Centers for Disease Control recommends that schools space seating desks at least 6 feet apart when feasible. In many school settings, a 6 feet between students is not feasible without limiting the number of students. Evidence suggests that spacing as close as 3 feet may approach the benefits of the 6 feet of space. And also, when you look at the CDC guidelines, and I had this up on my computer, I don't know if I still do, but they always, when they talk about social distancing, there it is, they always kind of use they say it in a way, so for example, stay 6 feet away when you can, and wear a face covering in public when you cannot, social distance. So I think that it sounds like we're for the most part trying to do both. So I think maybe you have some leeway on that. That's something that I really think that you should discuss with the focus team, and again, if you don't need it, if you don't need the space, if we're okay with a 49 square foot box around each student, then fine. But I have a feeling that that's not going to be the case very often. So I hope you will consider that. And that came right out of the American Association of Pediatrics. So this is not Crazy Dave's thoughts. This is the well-respected journal. So anyway, and so you already answered the question. If parents find out that, hey, you know what, we can't accommodate your student, without going to another campus or some type of flexible schedule that just doesn't work, can they stay online? It sounded like the answer was yes.
Correct.
And so you made a comment that TEA says that if a student requests face-to-face, we actually can't deny it. So it almost sounds like those are kind of mutually disagreeable. How would that work? How would it work if we said, well, that's fine, you have a seat, but it's just not at school where you're zoned to, it's over here.
Well, no, the commissioner actually addressed that specific issue. He, in the guidelines in the Q&A FAQ from TEA, it says that you have to provide face-to-face, but it can be at a different campus if necessary.
Okay. All right. So I guess the other thing is, and this is, I think, what actually prompted that question was, what about if we get a week into the transition and a student decides, I want face-to-face? What you said was, we're asking you to commit for the next grading period, right? For the second half of the first semester. And so what about if they say, yeah, I know, but I really want to go face-to-face, and now there's this ruling or guideline that says you have to let me do it. So how would we handle something like that?
Well, my direction to staff was to put together a solid protocol procedure around that, because we have the backing of TEA to deny that request, because they've indicated clearly that we can set, that we have to allow it at the end of each grading period, but we don't have to allow it other than that. So
Okay. That wasn't clear. That wasn't
but I want a good procedure and protocol around it, because there may be an extenuating circumstance.
Sure.
And we need to do that in a systemic way, not just a one-off, hey, I want to change, because in that create precedence that's not appropriate. So we want to have a good way to address student need if necessary.
Okay. And I assume that you're still, we really haven't heard the details yet. I'm assuming this is still being worked on, as far as what happens if one or two cases show up at a school. We haven't gotten to that, I'm assuming, right? We have not gotten to really exactly what's going to happen, whether it gets shut down or it doesn't get shut down, or, whatever the situation may be. So
that's part of our protocols that we've shared several months ago. That's been something we've done a while back, because that works in the workplace as well. But it's like so many other things, based on contact tracing, it'll be each individual case is very unique based on the exposure and those kinds of things. But we do have those contact tracing protocols in place.
Okay. I'm really tempted to kind of show some data that I sent Mr. Rozier, but I don't think I'm going to do it. I would actually like to talk to the doctor offline at some point, just to talk to him, because he brought up some of the issues that I brought up at the last meeting, and kind of like to share the data that I'm looking at with him and get his opinion, because again, my thing is all about trends. The hospitalization trends in the county were down by a factor of 75 to 80% from the high back in July, both ICU and regular, COVID isolation, but general isolation beds. The case numbers have dropped like a rock when you actually put them in chronological order. Since the beginning of July, dropped sharply. And so, I'm saying that because we've gotten emails today from some folks that are stating things that just aren't true about rising cases and this not and whatnot. So I just want to make that comment. I'm not going to go through all the data. But anyway, thank you.
I appreciate it. In visiting with Dr. Anzaldúa, and he's still on the line if you'd like to step in, but we actually talked about the factors, Mr. Rosenthal, the ICU utilization, general beds, all of that today. Yeah. And he indicated that that's why that's part of his reasoning. He didn't bring it up tonight, but that's some of the data he's using to say he feels it's comfortable to move forward.
Well, I'd like to have a little chat about the positivity trends, because I think I expressed my feelings about that last time. I'm not going to go into it now, but I also want to give a shout out to Long and his team, because I've gotten some feedback from folks that his IT staff is just going overboard trying to help people, and there's so many issues out there with 70-some thousand kids all trying to log in, and I think their efforts are very much appreciated. So I think that's all I have for now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenthal. We appreciate your comments. Mrs. Grail James, go ahead whenever you're ready, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Burdine, and thank you to all my colleagues who've been asking some great questions. And I'll echo many of the things that they said in terms of compliments. I've heard about the technology department exchanging out people's plugs for their device so that they could get them working, and one of my neighbors on the phone to Microsoft to work out an issue that we were having with Teams, and all sorts of stuff. So I'm just it's all been really great. And the plans that you guys have shared tonight, I know there's a lot of details to work out, but I recognize all the work that's gone into this level of planning, and I really appreciate all the staff and the effort that's gone into it. And I could tell how well prepared you are, because you're answering so many questions so thoroughly and so well. So I'll try not to ask any stumper questions as we go through, and feel free to, be like Mr. Rosenthal. I'll talk to you about that tomorrow. So I guess, so one of the main things that I'm hearing and concerns that it's gotten touched on a little bit, but there are a lot of parents and students who have concerns about the changing in their schedules. And they've worked hard to get to know these teachers and build the, relationships over the last couple of weeks. And I think this is a real anxiety. So I think I heard you say that we're going to minimize changes as much as possible. But what else would you have to say to parents and students who are facing this, and really this is causing a great upset for them?
Well, there's two things I would say. First of all, as a parent and a grandparent, I don't like the idea of having to make a change in teacher at the beginning of the second 9 weeks. As superintendent, I know it's really unavoidable, and it's regrettable. It's just not. We can fully acknowledge it's going to be hard, but my consistent challenge to our parents and encouragement to them has been to be the parent and parent your child carefully through this. Support them, their next teacher. The plan is, and I want to make very clear about this, we want to make this change one time. And so what we're trying to do is, as we start this, we're going to be building schedules for all the students at this point that are transferable. So if we get to a point where we have an outbreak and we've got to close a school, they will have the same schedule, the same teacher, the same experience, only they're at home. So I know some parents are concerned about, well, every time we might have to pivot back and forth, you're going to change the schedule and all of that. Well, no, we're not. If you're online, you're on that schedule for the rest of the year as long as you're an online kid. If you're face-to-face, you're going to have that same teacher team, and you're going to have the same schedule whether you're at home or face-to-face for the rest of the year. So I want to leave that concern. But for your specific question, it really is, this is just going to be a hard transition that we're going to have to love our kids through. And, you know, our teachers and our campus, they're phenomenal at that. I mean, they will be able to do a smooth handoff to the next teacher, say a nice, you know, goodbye, going to miss you, but you're going to do great. And the good news is in some cases, they may be partnered or teamed. They may still engage with that other teacher, but they'll do a smooth transition, and then they'll let the student get on for the remainder of the year in the new structure.
Okay, well, thank you for that. That's really helpful. And I know that I really like to hear about the firmness of this as students who need to make changes, then that's that's where they're going to be, and that's what their schedule is going to be look like, so long as they stay in the same mode of learning. And I appreciate that. And I know that there's a lot of very compassionate people on all these campuses that want to help students to make these transitions. So I would encourage parents, I guess, to reach out for those resources, you know, help your child and then reach out for resources if you need them. So thank you for that, because I think there are quite a lot of questions around that. So as a parent is trying to decide if they're going to choose face-to-face or online learning for their student, I think I heard you say that needs to be happening this weekend, that's going to be happening in the next few days. Is there a recommendation that your staff would make around what they should choose as the default if they're uncertain or if they still have questions? Would you rather they chose a face-to-face environment and switch out later, or would you rather them choose the other way around? Or once they choose, they're fixed?
They are fixed. I mean, the default for any child that does not have a selection is going to be face-to-face, so we can plan for that experience, you know, because that's the more challenging experience to plan for. So that's going to be the default that we're putting them in. But, you know, honestly, my thought is parents are I think most parents today, honestly, kind of know what they want to do. But because truly, if they feel there's any risk or have any reluctance, then they need to choose online. But if they feel comfortable that they're ready to go and they're eager to get back in, then face-to-face is going to be that option for them. But, you know, we're going to have a lot of stuff online. We're going to be building the FAQ, what they need to do. I mean, this is going to be open in the morning. So what they need to do is address it quickly, because they can send in questions to Let's Talk, and we'll be answering those questions. And they need to use that portal, not just all email the board and email me and all, because we've got to get these questions answered quickly, so we can update the FAQ online to help maybe other parents who have the same question. So parents need to use the available resources to be able to ask any question. And then again, they don't have to finalize the decision until end of day Tuesday. So that allows for us to work Thursday, Friday, and all day Tuesday to respond to questions people have to help them firm up any decision that they need to make.
Okay, so that's really helpful, because that's a good reminder. The board is really just deciding, the thing we're deciding is the 4-week waiver which is when this transition will take place. But the nuts and bolts are really the decisions that staff is going to be making, and the best way they can get their questions answered is going to be through the Let's Talk portal. Mm-hmm. And they can put their questions in there, and you guys will be updating the FAQ, because the board isn't going to be making any tactical decisions about class scheduling and bus transportation, things like that. Those are not in our purview. That's right. Okay, so that's really helpful. And I guess the other thing that I would say related to that, I know that parents have a lot of certainty about the level, or somewhat, many parents have a lot of certainty about the level of health risk that they're willing to take. But I think their concern in this decision, from what I've been gathering, is more about the quality of education and the educational experience that they'll have. So what would you tell parents about what they can expect? And I think I know the answer, but I'd just like so that they can hear it connected to that concern.
Yeah, well, I would tell them that our promise as an organization is what our promise has been and will continue to be, is that we're going to fulfill our mission and we're going to help each student achieve their full potential. Yep, social distancing is going to create some unique barriers we haven't seen before, and movement in the building is going to be limited to an extent, but the students are still going to have their great teachers. They're going to have that great relationship. It'll be different. You know, I'm reluctant to say it'll be fun. It'll be a different kind of learning environment, you know, but I just think, you know, our teachers rock and roll. They're amazing, and they're going to make, you know, online, they're doing it already, and they're going to do it in the classroom. So I think they can expect that we're Fort Bend ISD. They are here in this district for a reason. And we're going to continue to deliver the high quality experience to the best of our ability, you know, as we move forward through this year.
Yeah, that's great. And I would say one of the things that I've heard consistently is from parents and staff members is all the new things that they've learned to do. And even in this past couple of weeks and the teachers in the training over the summer, all the new things we've learned to do and all the new experiences. And so we're all learning new experiences, and that's part of life. And that's goes right to the profile of a graduate of these are things are transferable to life after high school and, you know, as adults. So no matter where you are, whatever modality of education you're going to be accessing, you're going to learn things, and it's going to be great. So, okay, I want to pick up on something that Dave said. He mentioned about the capacity, the room capacity or the spacing. I wondered if, and I guess we've gone through all of our buildings and we understand what those capacities are going to be. Is that we have some numbers around that? And can you give me a ballpark? Is it like 50%, 30%, 75%? Do we have any?
We are busy working on all of that. I mean, our team's doing a phenomenal job, but you have to appreciate that every single campus is different, because every campus has different classroom sizes based on the year they were built, and the building utilization at every campus is different currently. So at some point we can do a collective average of all that somehow, but that's not anything that's usable, because in the end it comes down to the kids enrolled in that school and what their decisions are and what the calculated utilization factor is at that school. So we're not going in, I know some districts have gone in with we're going to use 25% capacity at a building. I think by us using the square footage, it allows us more flexibility in serving the kids. But it's a 3 or 4 way factor to get to each one for the factor for each building. So there's not really a ballpark I could give organizationally at this point.
Okay, so that's good. Because I have been asked a little bit about that, and so thank you for sharing. That's still coming, and it's a campus by campus, campus by campus situation. So what about, and I like the concept, and I think Mr. Rosenthal brought this up, and maybe some others did too, about the flexibility we have as we consider different square footages, and I suspect we'll be getting some advice around that, about the spacing for students. And I think that would be important to communicate to parents as we make decisions and go to something different than the 45 square feet that we've been talking about. That may be important to some. Okay, so I guess the next, it seems like I was going to say something else about capacity, but I can't remember what it was. So we'll move on to my next area of conversation. I just want to echo some of the things that Addie was talking about. and making sure that we're sensitive to the needs of our teachers, because we know that if we're not caring for them and helping them to be successful and feel safe and physically and psychologically in the workplace, then they're not going to be doing the best for our kids. And we need them and we value them. So a couple of areas where I've heard concerns and kind of noticed myself in some of the literature is the concern over too many preps. In other words, the online, the face-to-face, doing 2 or 3 courses and having to do them both ways. And that seems an overwhelming task. I've heard you say that you're going to have some compassion around that and that you're going to build in time into their work schedule for those extra preps. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, if you don't mind, I'd like to address that in a comprehensive way, though, because
That'd be great.
because so yes, we've spoken about this extensively, because if you think about a teacher's schedule, there's a number of factors that directly impact the weight of their job. There's their load, and I think this is at the elementary, until you get to 4th grade, it's 22-1. And we usually have some waivers, and we'll have some waivers this year, but they're not going to be huge, right? So the elementaries are pretty set in many ways, but when you get to secondary, what you're going to find is you can manage teacher loads in a couple of different ways. The number of students they actually teach. That can, some districts press that number up to 200 and higher in a typical year with larger class sizes. So we're going to manage that number very carefully. The other way we're going to manage teacher load is trying to minimize the number of preps, because and I've talked to a number of teachers about this, and the ones I've talked to have said they would rather teach the same course, the same prep, world geography, online and face-to-face, because it's the same content and essentially the same prep, but just adapted for online versus face-to-face. So we're going to try to manage the number of preps very carefully, and the number of students they're serving at the same time. And if they do have to do both, then the schedule naturally lends some additional period because of the variance between the online schedule and the face-to-face schedule. There's some built-in time that gives them some additional preparation time. So that's, those are some of the levers we're going to pull to try to manage their load. But I think the key is we can speak in very general terms, but that's all we can do. There's not a rule we can specifically follow, because if you go to a campus, most high school campuses are going to have several Algebra 1 teachers, several English 1 teachers, but they're going to have 2 choir teachers or 1 psychology teacher. So there's not one thing that applies to all content and all teachers. So just the promise is we're going to do our best to manage that. But that's, again, where some of the cross-campus load can help. Because if you've got a high demand at one campus and a singleton teacher in that content, they may have to do face-to-face online, and the online may have to be served by a teacher from a different campus. So that's where we're going to have a lot of coordinated scheduling across district where necessary. But we're going to do everything we can to really manage the teacher's load in a number of ways.
Okay, well, that sounds good. And I guess this kind of was connected to my capacity question, because I was visualizing the rooms that you'd showed us in the video and thinking, okay, there's 10 or 12 students in those rooms, and then 1 teacher. And then to quote Mrs. Drew from several months ago now, I think, the math isn't going to quite work out. Mm-hmm. So, and I don't want to dive into the details of that right now, but I'm just saying that's perhaps a conversation when we're talking about the budget in a couple of weeks. Mm-hmm. And we look at attendance rates and funding and budget and how that staffing and those staffing ratios are going to work out. We might know a little bit more in a couple of weeks, and I'm interested in that because, as Mrs. Drew pointed out, so long ago, I think it was June, the math, I don't know how it works out.
Mm-hmm. Well, and honestly, it's almost the only way to really, and I'm not a mathematician, I'm an accountant in my first trade, and we're not necessarily good at math. So let me just get that straight. Because, you know, you think about, you can run a whole lot of scenarios all the way from 30, 40, 50, 60 percentages, and every one of those is going to have a different impact on the master schedule and teacher load based on who chooses face-to-face and who doesn't. So that's why this numbers we're going to have by this time next week are so critical to really be able to let us really load live students and teachers into that master scheduling system. And you're right, we'll be back to you to say, hey, this pushed a huge bubble of kids that need a teacher that we can't figure out how to handle. But that being said, you know, this is where someone mentioned earlier, I think Eddie talked about transformation. I mean, this may be that time where we use some college course style teaching, you know, where you put an aide, a paraprofessional classroom aide in with a teacher in a large auditorium with kids socially distanced, or you do a larger online class because you can, and let the teacher, you know, do that with those kiddos. And again, we have other levers with teachers as well, because already when we sometimes need to ask a teacher to teach an extra section, or then we might pay them a stipend to take some extra work on. So we've got several tools we can use, because our reality is it will be hard to find well-qualified teachers in September and October. So we're trying to prepare to serve our kids with what we have, using the tools that we have today.
Okay, well, thank you for that answer. And I would agree, there's opportunity for reimagining. I think Mrs. Tossan brought up a couple of things. I think everyone really has. And there's opportunities for trying some new things and being creative. And there's some early adopters out there amongst our staff that I've already seen some of the videos they've been posting and things that they've been doing. So I'm excited about that, and I look forward to hearing more about that as we, you know, as we continue to transform, which is ultimately what's happening. So thanks for being open to those folks who are risk takers and willing to try something new, and that's exciting. So my last question is about the health protocols. And I think you said we were going to be we had been doing the app and temperature checks when people were entering the building.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I heard you say that all the students are going to be doing that now as well. And I'm just wondering how we're going to manage the entering the building, not crowding, cars lined up from here for 2 miles from, you know, in front of a school.
Let me ask Beth or Pilar speak to that, because I don't think we're doing an app for all the students. Perhaps they can briefly summarize what we're doing for students to help mitigate kind of that line that you're mentioning. Beth?
Hi, good evening. Pilar has some details. She can address that question.
Thank
Dr.
you.
Westbrook?
Certainly. So right now, the students have been using a Microsoft form to complete a wellness check before coming on campus for the learning centers, as well as our students served through special education and 504 services have been completing a wellness checker through the Skyward app, which is a family access Skyward app we already use in the district. And then as we add more students, we actually are continuing the discussions of how we actually handle the process of getting students in the building and what that will look like with the app completion for wellness checking to keep safety in mind.
Okay, so we're still kind of in development of how that's going to go and working out, because I know at some of our schools we already have traffic problems, and now if we're saying in transportation that we're wanting parents to drive, which I read in one place, I didn't hear you say it tonight, but I did read it, and I thought, okay, so if that's what the expectation of parents is, then there's a kind of a confluence of angst maybe.
Well, yes, and this is also where individual campus logistics come into play as well. And again, as Dr. Dupree has mentioned on a number of occasions, when we get the data back from our families about their choice from face-to-face, each individual campus will work on system operations for entry and exit and all of the details associated with that. And it may look a little different based on the selections from families on each campus. So that's an ongoing work and operations and systems that each campus principal will be working through once we get our data.
Okay, and are we still have the wellness monitors, right? We still have those on each of the campuses, or what, the wellness teams?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. So I imagine that's a resource for parents. If they have questions about that, they can go there. And then my last thing, and this can maybe be taken offline tomorrow, or maybe can be in the FAQs or something, but I did want to bring up, Mr. Rosenthal isn't the only one who reads the CDC guidelines. And I was also, wow, it's hard to stay concentrating. I was thinking about one of the things that's been brought up is about the fresh air and air quality. And I had asked some questions a couple weeks ago about air quality and fresh air and CO2 levels and things like that, and air handling units and how those were being adjusted. So I don't know if someone has a prepared answer, if that's a question we can table to the frequently asked questions. And maybe it's not all that frequently asked, but I am asking it for the folks who are going to be in the building and
we have, and Oscar has addressed that, to some citizens as well. Oscar, can you speak to that?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me? Because my camera is not coming on.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yes. So what we're doing is, and I am very familiar. I've been doing a lot of reading myself, and a lot of the reports, that are coming out and the guidelines that are coming out, literally are coming out for the whole United States. And so we have to take that when we look at data, we have to take that also with a grain of salt, because the way that we utilize outside air on the Gulf Coast and the way that it's utilized in the Midwest is totally different. So what we're doing is we are making adjustments to go ahead and bring our systems on a little earlier and keep them on a little later to get some additional air changes. But we have to be cognizant that if we bring in a lot of humidity, the systems just cannot keep up. And then it gets to occupant comfort. And that becomes a problem. And then the next problem is the M word, and we don't want to go there. So we're working with our MEP partners. We're working with architects. We're, just making sure that, the adjustments that we make are going to be able to be sustainable and that we're not going to create additional problems.
Okay, so thank you very much for that, because I was being asked that as well, and I appreciate you guys looking into that and doing what we can, and just being cognizant that the air turnover in the building is important. And I suspect maybe as the seasons change, what our options are might change a little bit too. So thanks for looking into that. And that concludes my questions, Mr. Burdine. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. James. Mrs. Drew, did you have any questions or comments, ma'am?
Yes, I probably have mostly comments. I am going to run through a lot of the things have already been asked by my fellow trustees. And so I'm pretty much just going to run through everything, maybe with my emphasis emoji, just so that that they are things that I'm also sensitive to. So one of the things definitely that in your slideshow, well, first of all, let me just take a step back. I want to definitely echo the feelings of all of my fellow trustees that, I really appreciate how flexible everyone has been throughout this process and coming up with this plan. How thoughtful you guys have been in incorporating feedback. I know it has not been easy. And just really how determined you guys are to do what's best for the community and for staff. And, I can definitely say that Fort Bend ISD is always the thought leader in this space in whatever we do. So I definitely appreciate you guys. I don't know, the IT staff, they're magicians in what they've been doing. So definitely want to say, keep doing what you're doing. The plan that you put together, I know that we're at the beginning phases of it, but it's going in the right direction. So one of the things that in your slideshow that I was a little bit sensitive to is definitely when we're looking at attendance, some of those schools that are not doing as well. And really, as we go down this path to right whatever is wrong or whatever is going wrong, I just also want to kind of emphasize that we should be as considerate as we can where truancy is concerned. And I'd like to, definitely get some feedback on that, or just maybe even your emphasis emoji that we'll be being considerate.
So consider, you mean with the families as we engage with them?
As we engage with them, as we start to uncover what wasn't working, that, it's possible that there are things that we've been doing that has compounded the issue. And so just really, trying to figure out what that right balance is without,
Yes. So what I'll take away, the way I would say is we're not going to go to the door blaming parents for these issues. We, because we do understand their families are facing many challenges. So the terms we continue to use are compassion, empathy, and care, and inclusion. And so that's why I'm proud that we've got social workers, because these are caring people who are trying to help us solve these problems. They're not truancy officers showing up, but even our truancy officers, our attendance officers, they operate from a place of compassion and service, trying to help solve problems for the students. So certainly if we ever hear that someone's treated in a blaming, negative way that's less than considerate, then we will deal with that appropriately. But our goal is to get these kids learning and engaged. And I think some of them, if their parents feel safe, they will be better served in school. Because I think that, and this will tie back, I don't want to belabor this, but one of the reasons we wanted to keep the online schedule starting at 9 a.m. is because we know many parents will be up and out the door early. And if a child has a 7:30 a.m. online, we really have concern that many of them might not show up for that 7:30 online class. And so without that direct supervision. So I think some of the students we're missing may have parents, dual income families that are struggling with supervision, and they just need a little hand to help their child be motivated to get up and be to school with that accountability. So we absolutely are going to treat them with care and concern.
Wonderful. I definitely thank you for that. Additionally, one of the things, I guess it's really falls on the umbrella of a lot of the sentiment, and that's really being really considerate to the parents in this time. I know that it's seemingly, I think it was Mr. Rice that said there was there was going to be enough time to kind of make decisions as to whether whether parents wanted to go back face to face with their students or what have you. And really, it's even I struggle as a parent with the little things, such as, will the online schedule change? Will the online students have as much of a schedule change impact versus face-to-face? Things like my kids are in band. Are they going to get the PE credit if they don't go, physically to marching band? So it's really in being able to, and I know you won't have all of the answers for the fine details, but for the things that are the one-offs and the things that are the extra details in the process of making this decision so quickly. I think I heard you say that you're open to all sorts of questions, emails, so on and so forth. Just really, I want to emphasize trying to keep those lines open for communications, because I know there's tons of questions, tons of one-offs, and just tons of things that you guys, moving obstacles that you guys are trying to prepare for. So.
I appreciate that feedback. My guidance to parents is always begin with the campus administration, and then their next escalation, if they just don't feel comfortable, they can use Let's Talk as is really the most reliable source. I know some parents don't always believe that, but we really monitor that carefully. But most of the questions parents ask are going to be unique to their child and their situation. But in regard to something, you raised a great question. I would encourage you to go ahead and start marking off that marching field in your backyard or on your driveway, so they can get that exercise. It's going to be required for the PE credit. So.
They were going to march at your house. Yeah, definitely. Thank you. And then another topic that has come up, and it's really just being considerate to that teacher. I know you and I have spoken one-off. You know very well that I'm concerned about I think it was even Ms. Tossan that had brought it up. Disclosures, HIPAA disclosures, having to disclose things that may have been your medical condition at the age of 16 in order, and you're concerned about it, and just really just being compassionate there with our teachers. So just one of the things that also, is a concern for me. And, I also, in your contact tracing, I'm always one that's always thinking, things are not linear, so we have a lot of teachers who may have students in other districts that may have other things happen. They don't have the Live Well app. We can't trace them that way, or they may not be being as responsible as Fort Bend ISD is, and just really thinking around those things that there are just a lot of factors that come into play that we may have to address on the fly.
I appreciate that. I will tell you, especially in regard to contact tracing, we're actually doing a contract with an external organization on that. And the focus is going to be within our school. So that's one of the things that I had actually had this illusion or image that we were going to be tracing all of their contacts all over the area. But really what they said is, no, we will work to do contract tracing within your school system. What staff or other students have they engaged with? Because that's really all that concerns us.
Mm-hmm.
What their life outside of that is their life, and that will be done by the county anyway. All of the counties are also doing that. So we realized we were about to start some duplication of effort. So we're going to narrow our tracing to just the in-school community with an external organization. So I think that will address kind of the things many of the things you're discussing there.
Okay. And yeah, that was, those were some of my major points of emphasis. I do want to go back to one thing that I kind of I have asked and kind of breezed over really quickly, but did want to get some feedback on. And that is, as we talk about changes, because you said change, and I kind of took a deep breath in. My children do not do well with change, but I do want to know whether there is a thought that the online schedule changes there'll be equally as much change for students that opt for online as there is for students that opt for face-to-face, or do you know at this point?
Stephanie, have we done work to discern that, a meaningful answer to that yet?
What we do know, Dr. Dupree, is a lot of that variable depends on the percentages, and we are anticipating schedule changes no matter the model selected.
Okay, well,
all right.
Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am.
Mrs. Drew, or is that it, or you?
That is all I have, Mr. Burdine.
Right. Thank you. Mrs. Helliger, did you have a quick comment that you wanted to make before we close out this conversation?
No, Miss Drew asked a question. Thank you.
Perfect. Mr. Rosenthal, do you have a brief comment to make before we move on?
Yes. Before we move on, there's a couple things. Brief though. One is, we've had great conversation. We've been provided with lots of answers, and I think it's been a very thoughtful meeting. But I want to make sure that I want to come back to the whole kind of point of this is that tonight we're asked to approve a waiver for another 4 weeks of online. But I just want to reiterate that it sounds like the district is committed to bringing kids back to the district. And I think, Dr. Dupree, you are committed to bringing kids back, not to the district, to the classroom. And is that something that you can confirm?
Yes, sir. That's what we're committed to.
Okay, great. One of the other questions that I have is and you may not be able to answer it yet, but I thought I saw it in something that you sent us. As far as elementary school out classes, I'm assuming those will still take place. And is that something where maybe the teacher kind of rotates rather than moving the whole class of kids, like art or music or whatever?
Dina or Brett, can you speak to that directly? Mr. Rosenthal, absolutely, we are doing out class, but it's like other things. It may look a little different. We'll see if Dina or Brett can answer that with a little more clarity.
Yes, we did. We are aligning those elementary schedules so that we will be able to have those out classes. Just like we showed on the video where the teacher may be rotating into the classroom. The out class is essential for the elementary schedule. That's the way we give our primary teachers, their conference period and their time to go and plan and coordinate together. So again, the answer tonight has always been, it depends on the numbers. It depends on how many students we have on the campus and how many students we have online. But we are giving the campus the autonomy to make those schedules work. So we are going to be able to continue with those teachers' conference periods as well as the out classes rolling in.
So I guess I'm concerned that you say it depends on the number, because it seemed like I'm going to assume that any elementary school is going to have, I'm assuming at least maybe 100 kids are going to come back into that elementary school. So I would think that would be enough to justify, having teachers for those out classes, right?
Oh, yes, certainly we will have teachers for the out classes. Absolutely. Just like in the traditional school, we have teachers for our out classes. What I meant by it depends on the numbers. Is it going to depend on if that teacher is on that campus all day long, or is that teacher in online class sometime and face-to-face sometime?
Got it. Okay. All right, good. And then Miss Drew, I'll be coming over to Charles's house tomorrow, and I'm gonna start painting his lawn for you. So
good deal.
I'll send you the bill for that new grass we just had installed.
All right. Well, thank you all very much for the conversation this evening. Needless to say, I think that we've covered all of the bases. All the fruit has been picked, so to speak, when it comes to being able to answer any following questions. I want to thank the staff and their willingness to adapt and the thoughtfulness they put into these plans. It's shown, and I appreciate the preparedness tonight, Dr. Dupree. And we've had some great conversations. So with that being said, we are going to move along. But before we do that, I would like to take a quick 7-minute break. Let's get back at 9:25, please. We'll continue on with our evening. All right, we're ready to begin when we have our board back online. All right. This is Drew, Mrs. Tossan, and Dr. Dupree, and Mr. Rosenthal. There's Dr. Dupree and there you go. Mr. Rosenthal comes back online here. I'm going to go ahead and begin with my script so we can move on to our audience responses to the agenda items for this evening. The board encourages and welcomes comments and input from our patrons, but we cannot respond, deliberate, or decide regarding any subject that is not included on the posted agenda. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes, and please refrain from mentioning a student or employee's name when voicing a concern or complaint, as board policy provides alternative procedures through the grievance process, policies GF local or DGBA local, to seek resolution to complaints. I will read the name of the person registered to speak and share that they will have 3 minutes to make their comments. Prior to speaking, the board's recording secretary, Mr. Gary Rozier, will unmute their microphone and share their video stream. Once the speaker starts his or her comments, Mr. Rozier will announce that they have 30 seconds remaining. And once the 3-minute limit has expired, and whether or not the speaker has concluded his or her comments, Mr. Rozier will mute their microphone, turn off their video stream, and remove them from the meeting. With that being said, first on our list this evening is Mrs. Glenda McCall.
Good evening, Dr. Dupree and trustees. My name is Glenda McCall. I am the president of Fort Bend American Federation of Teachers, and I'm here representing teachers, support staff, and I want to share 5 issues that many teachers and staff have reported to me through calls and surveys. First, appropriate safety protocols are not being enforced at many of the campuses. Minimal and insufficient PPE has been distributed. There are reports of bullying of teachers that insist on wearing PPE, and principals failing to enforce the safety protocols. Safety protocols must be enforced or they are useless. And asking staff to sign a waiver of liability to return when you cannot guarantee their safety is inappropriate. 2, online instruction is proving to be extremely arduous and difficult, taking 12 to 15 hours a day. Attendance process is difficult and arduous for teachers and parents. Requiring teachers to monitor students' attendance from 7:30 in the morning to 12 midnight is inappropriate. Daily hour-and-a-half PLC meetings are excessive when that time can be used spent planning or reviewing student work. 14-hour summer PD is taking 40 hours to complete. As required by law, conference periods must be left exclusively for teachers to lesson plan and gather resources without interruption of any other required duties. Teachers are spending evenings and family time on lesson planning and various reporting requirements only to be scrutinized and told to redo. Workloads are only going to become more arduous as the schedule changes, and it is unsustainable. Number 3, paraprofessionals pegged as student substitute teachers should be given the proper training and should be compensated adequately for their time. Number 4, bus drivers' letters of assurances that prevent them from collecting unemployment must be withdrawn to allow them to collect unemployment due to the reduction of their hours that they're being subjected to. And number 5, all of this extra work deserves a pay increase. Vital employees need to be appropriately compensated for their time and their efforts. These employees need and deserve an increase in their pay, just as other districts in this area have afforded their own employees. It has been about 2 weeks, and many teachers are quitting or contemplating quitting. They are coming to me in tears. It is just too much.
30 seconds remaining.
Teachers want to return to the classroom, but they want to be assured that they and their students will be safe. They are not machines. They deserve to be treated with respect and should be allowed to teach. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McCall. We appreciate your comments this evening. Next is Ms. Prince. Ms. Prince, you will have 3 minutes to speak, and Mr. Rozier will give you a 30-second warning whenever you're ready.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate the superintendent and scheduler for allowing me this opportunity to address the Fort Bend ISD Board of Trustees. I am not at liberty to speak today on the issues originally noted, but I hope to revisit those issues soon enough. Matters of technology and virtual schooling are pressing for our family and many others. Some district employees and some policies do not support your goal of equitable access to curriculum for all students. Fort Bend ISD has decided to mandate what devices families must purchase for participation, fail to provide one-to-one technology of devices and hotspots, and disregard limitations to overly rigorous technology impositions. Moreover, some students have inadequate to no technology access for reasons varying from employment constraints, internet failures, location, religious, medical, philosophical, and or personal. My child goes to the campus to access Schoology, and because the assignments are only tempered out one day at a time, it makes the inequities of labeling absence, withholding information, and other failures much less tolerable. My family's virtual learning workarounds have been ignored or rebuffed. Why does Fort Bend ISD not consider giving students their textbooks to allay the inefficiencies of your virtual learning system? My child received only a math textbook in the 5th grade at home learning kit. I asked both the district and school through Let's Talk for my child's textbooks to fill voids from technology limitations, but those inquiries remain without responses. I purchased textbooks for my students so that Fort Bend ISD can keep theirs as more important storage room fillers. For us, there was no link to the parent-student handbook as the instructions claimed during Skyward verification. And when last checked, the link on the district website was empty. Of course, I notified Fort Bend ISD through Let's Talk and requested it, but the inquiry remains unanswered. I'm unsure of the official district attendance and grading policies for this virtual school year, and I don't know how anyone else can be sure if they don't have the handbook. Many experiences leave me unable to trust Fort Bend ISD when actions don't match words. So I need to verify with the handbook. There is no 5th grade level newsletter to keep students and parents informed equitably at our school. In 2018, I addressed the trustees then about withholding records from parents. Yet on August 13th, I requested only the official copies of my child's report cards and standardized tests, but was denied by the principal and told that I could only get them through the district offices with a Freedom of Information Act request. Amazingly, this is the same board, with the exception of the judge's replacement, that I suggested oversight is needed because the disregard for policies, state statutes, and federal laws is mind-boggling. It should come as no surprise that I still have not received the requested records from the school, but Fort Bend ISD has kicked its plan to hold them for 45 days, so more to come. I am sure that most haven't had these kinds of problems, and I wish we had the same privilege that you and yours are afforded, but no. However, I will continue to unapologetically advocate on behalf of and stand up for my child and others. I am not one to let a child's welfare hang in the balance just to be liked. Too many do that already. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate you speaking this evening. Next is Miss Anita Arslan. You will have 3 minutes to speak. Start whenever you would like, and Mr. Rozier will keep time.
Sir, I don't believe she is on the call.
Thank you, sir. We're moving along to Miss Tammy Marino.
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay, well, we all know this year is different than any other, and most parents, students, and teachers have given an incredible amount of grace and understanding to our district as we navigate this unique circumstance. I'm aware of the weight and complexity of all our administration is undertaking. Please know it is appreciated. I can understand why our administration would like focus groups to keep works in progress confidential, but I am personally thankful that a few participants shared what they heard because it allowed community members to raise questions and concerns that perhaps would not have been discussed this evening otherwise. I want to thank you, Dr. Dupree, and your team for truly hearing the concerns of fine arts students. But I do still feel aligning bell schedules for online and face-to-face at the high school level will do better for more students and teachers. For example, what about the students who feel even more isolated in the online environment if or when they can't use lunchtime to socialize and work with their face-to-face peers? What about the massive scheduling and teacher changes? In the current plan, our kids could conceivably change teachers every 9 weeks as families opt in and out of face-to-face. Should any student have 4 math teachers in 1 year? Should teachers be prepared for new student rosters every 9 weeks? We have some teachers in our district who truly have unique expertise, and all of our students deserve the opportunity to have that expert instruction. If we keep the schedules as currently proposed, we are effectively closing the door on any future ability to live stream those courses that lend themselves to that. We are shutting the door on allowing face-to-face and online students to continue to socialize and collaborate with one another between classes and at lunch. We are shutting the door on allowing advanced or niche courses to be taught to all students by those teachers who are truly experts in their field. And we are definitely complicating the process for kids who may opt out of face-to-face at first, but switch in the future, and vice versa. Let's keep the door open and try to align the bell schedules for our high school students and teachers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate you speaking this evening. Next is Miss Fabian Lagout. Hopefully I'm saying that correctly. I don't see her on the line, Mr. Rozier.
No, sir, I don't either.
Okay. We're going to move on to Miss Kristen Edwards whenever you're ready. Mr. Rozier, do you see her online? I'm looking here as
Hi, I'm sorry. I
there she
thought
is.
he was going to unmute me. First of all, thank you for your time tonight. I'm here to voice opposition for the proposed waiver to extend online learning for an additional 4 weeks. First, I want to say that the extension request to allow for adequate time for transition, I don't buy that. This should have been planned for the past 6 months. We've now been online for the past 2 weeks. We started with 4 weeks all online. That should have provided the district with ample time. I'm not sure why the past 6 months has escaped the board with very little plan on how to move forward. With that said, I'm here to represent dual working families and our concerns about the extension of online learning. I myself am a working parent, as is my husband. We have 2 young children attending elementary in Fort Bend ISD. The current online instruction is extremely challenging for our family and for countless others in the district. We have had to hire a sitter from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. Monday to Friday to keep our children on task with the district's incredibly rigorous schedule between those hours and keep their schoolwork in line. This has introduced an additional $1,500 a month in expenditures for my family. But without this tutor, we would be unable to work our full-time jobs while ensuring our children are also getting the education that they need. This $1,500 a month expense is on top of property taxes that we already pay to fund our children's education through the district. My husband and I are incredibly lucky that our jobs allow us the flexibility to work from home 100% of the time, and that we have the financial means to hire help, without which our family would be in crisis. I think about the parents in the district that don't have the luxury of working from home or the financial means to hire a tutor or a sitter. What are they expected to do with their children? How are they supposed to keep their jobs and their incomes? And heaven forbid, they end up leaving their children alone for lack of care options. I know there was a question about how teachers leave their own children to go to work, but I know how they feel because I'm asked to do that every single day for my job. And I don't understand how they're any different from their parents of the children that they teach in this district, and how they, we struggle with the same thing. And they, from my perspective, need to pay for childcare the same way that I'm being asked to pay for childcare while I have to do my job. My husband has to do his. And we're also expected to keep on task with our kids' school and all their scheduling. Additionally, online learning is simply not effective for young children in elementary. I have a first grade son who's struggling to sit in front of the computer all day long. He's struggling with reading and math concepts.
30 seconds remaining.
And doesn't have a teacher by his side. He absolutely needs face-to-face instruction. I think the district's lost sight of the fact that we, the parents, pay taxes to fund our school systems, and that our administration needs to be responsive to the needs of parents. We, the parents, should have the right to choose whether or not we're comfortable with face-to-face instruction, or whether face-to-face is the best option for our child. I'm extremely disappointed with the district's lack of communication with regards to a transition plan.
Time has elapsed.
Thank you, Mr. Rozier, and thank you, Ms. Edwards. Next is Miss Diana Miller. Whenever you're ready, ma'am, please unmute yourself.
Sir, I don't see her on her either.
All right. Moving along to Miss Kristen Vince. I'm looking through here, so please let me know, Mr. Rozier, if you do not.
I don't see her either, sir.
All right. Miss Angel Albus.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yes, please,
Okay.
please begin whenever you're ready.
Okay, good evening. My name is Andrew David Albus. I am currently a junior attending Bridgepoint High School for the 2020-2021 school year. What I like about the FBISD online learning is that the teachers are willing to teach their students in a whole new format and our new platform. They are going to persevere and try to make online learning just as engaging as if we were in person. However, there are no perfect solutions, but there are also trade-offs. For every positive facet, there's also a corresponding negative facet as well. One of the largest drawbacks to online learning is a tremendous lack of social interaction. That is necessary for all students, me and my peers especially. Advisory in Microsoft Teams call is not the same as if advisory was in person. Learning how to march for marching band on a Zoom call is also not the same as learning outside with their fellow bandmates. To stress my point, all students experience a tremendous upheaval this year. Last year's graduating seniors were impacted the most. How long are we expecting students and their families to exist in this limbo type situation? We have no idea how detrimental the impacts of these interruptions and face-to-face learning will be. Only time will tell. With proper safety measures in place, I am confident that FBISD can go back in person, just like KDISD and other surrounding school districts have done or will do shortly. FBISD needs to offer face-to-face learning because students need social interaction. More than just a video conference and the occasional unmuting a mic to answer a question. I strongly implore the FBISD Board of Trustees to vote no on the administration's proposal 482 to seek a waiver for an additional 4 weeks of online learning. The option for face-to-face learning needs to be elected and starting Monday, September 14th. And FBISD has had approximately 6 months to prepare. The time is now. Thank you for your consideration and your time.
Thank you very much for speaking this evening. Moving along to Miss Isabella Marino.
Hi.
Good evening. Thank you very much for being with us this evening. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Go ahead and start whenever you're ready, ma'am.
All right. Thank you. Members of the board, thank you for letting me speak to you today. I'm a senior at Clements High School. I have a really high unweighted GPA. Last year, my family moved just to avoid being rezoned out of Clements. And yet, after hearing how the district intends to handle going back face-to-face, yesterday I told my parents I would rather go to any random online public school. Look, my family has been afraid of disease since before it was cool, and we will be long after. My mom still Clorox is her Clorox. You can imagine how shocked I was then to hear last night that should FBISD go ahead with their plan for face-to-face learning, my mom would have my siblings and I go back face-to-face. Why is that? Whether we go online or face-to-face, it's a mess. No matter what we choose, schedules will change. Teachers will change. Isn't that something that's supposed to happen before the school year starts? To change everything like that now is unfair to both the teachers and the students. It's also extremely unfair to all of the arts. I personally have spent countless hours throughout high school in multiple art forms. Now, as a senior, I'm secretary of the school thespian troupe and enrolled in varsity theater and AP art classes. I get it. Changing academic teachers isn't ideal, but at least there are multiple people who can teach you English or calculus. There is only one teacher who has AP 2D art. What happens if I'm face-to-face and she's online or vice versa? I've earned my place in classes that only happen once a day with specific teachers, and this plan could take me and countless others out of those classes. Also, this plan only makes the decision of how to do school a more difficult one for families. With online learning, you have safety. I took the SAT at Clements a few days ago, and not only were kids in my room not 6 feet apart at all times, but I saw a lot of people showing me exactly how not to wear a mask. With in-person learning, you would have the chance to be involved in your extracurriculars. I mean, let's face it, splitting up arts classes like that doesn't bode well for anyone who chooses to stay online. But look at it this way. Either way, you lose. Your entire schedule could be changed. You'll get new teachers in various subjects regardless. So what do you sacrifice, your safety or your extracurriculars? It's a question that has led my mom, who sprays Lysol before she enters a room, to want us in face-to-face should this plan be approved. It's not because all our COVID worries have been cured. It's because she doesn't want her 4 crazy arts kids to be essentially shut out of all their favorite classes when the classes are divided. Surely there is some way to
30
let
seconds
people who
remaining.
feel comfortable go back to school without punishing everyone with changes to their schedules and extracurricular involvement. Until that way is found, I'm not sure what to do. I'm still afraid of Corona. I mean, maybe I'm alone in that, but it's hard for me to think about returning to in-person learning. But I am almost a national honor thespian, and I'm applying to college for graphic design, and I like my teachers right now. I don't want to give all that up for a plan that ultimately hurts everyone involved.
Time has elapsed.
Thank you for speaking with us, Ms. Marino. Next on the list is Ms. Karen Morton.
Me?
Thank
Hello,
you,
can you
ma'am.
hear me?
Yes, we can hear you just fine. You'll have 3 minutes whenever you're ready, ma'am.
Great. I apologize, it won't start the video.
It's okay.
Anyways, I had this, don't worry, you're not losing anything. Oh, there we are. I had these great things planned out for you guys, so I'm just going to put this right here because I've heard a lot of things that I had, of course, an opinion on like everyone else does. First, I want to say that I think the board has done an amazing job considering that we didn't push back any of the start dates and whatnot like some of the other districts did. We won't mention their names. Anyway, so my kids have had a really positive experience. It hasn't been perfect, but it's been very good. So I applaud the teachers, especially they're on your front lines, which brings me to my first point, your teachers. I did hear the vice president ask the superintendent if the teachers had been asked how they felt about going back to school, and they said they haven't as of yet. You're planning on sending out a letter tomorrow, via email to the parents to see whether or not they choose online or virtual learning, but the teachers haven't been asked. You know, they're on your front lines, and you've already said you're having some staffing issues with your the pods or what. I apologize, I'm not using the right terminology. And so that's really concerning to me because you don't know how they feel. They might go back to school and then, 30% of them might decide that it's not worth the risk to their family to go to school face to face because, they might contract a deadly disease. So that's really concerning because I'm a director in my own company And first thing I do when I'm making a big decision is I take a temperature gauge of how the people who report to me or report to the company, they look to us as leaders to do the right thing, but to keep them in mind. And it's one thing to say that your teachers are, I was writing down, you know, they rock and roll, they're the best in the district, whatnot, you know, and your words don't match your actions. If you think that highly of your teachers, why not ask them how they feel about going back? That's the first thing. And plus, a little note before, teachers are not babysitters. Anyways, and then so now I'm looking also at the TMC, their COVID, and yes, it is Harris County, but Harris County, we butt up right against to it. We're not in a fishbowl. So their numbers do affect us. The reproduction rate, the effect of the R0 rate or the RT rate is still in the red zone. Their daily new case is still in the red zone. Their positivity rate is coming down, but still not quite in the green zone. For Fort Bend County, these markers have not been in a safe zone for more than 2 weeks. And we're still going to already talk to parents about pushing it back face to face. So I don't think the due diligence has been done as far as when to pull that trigger, but I understand the situation you're in. I implore you to take some more time for not only our students and as a parent, but to our teachers. Do not put them in a position to have to give up what they love to do or potentially contract a deadly
30
disease.
seconds remaining.
And that's all I'll say. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for speaking this evening. Next is Mr. Logan Undengard. Whenever you're ready, sir.
Thank you, Board of Directors and Dr. Dupree for allowing me to speak to you this evening. I'm a 7th grader at Quill Valley Middle School GT Academy. It's to my understanding that no matter what we choose, face-to-face or virtual, we will most likely have to have teacher changes. I don't agree with this. I feel like it would be not good to change students, teachers, and classmates after we have already made relationships and friendships with them. We are finally in a good groove, and I am happy with my teachers and my classmates. Based on many other districts in our area, it seems that split is pretty evenly on face-to-face and virtual, which means most likely we would be changing a minimum of at least 50% of students, classes, and teachers. Some students and teachers will be choosing online because they have been told by their doctors that they are at an increased health risk due to different factors, like asthma. We would be able to attend live virtual classes. We should be able to attend live virtual classes with our face-to-face peers. At the academy, there are 2 teachers per subject per grade. With the current distancing needs, both would need to be at school to handle the 50% in learning. Who would be left for the online teaching if both of the teachers returned to campus? I chose to go to the academy because I want to be with teachers that understand the social and emotional needs of gifted learners, and to be with other students that are unique like myself. I understand this is a complex situation. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I yield my time.
Thank you very much for speaking this evening. We appreciate your comments. And Mr. David Lineman is next.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, sir. Go ahead when you're ready.
Okay. That young man impressed me so much, I got temporarily stymied, which is very difficult. I'm David Linneman. Thanks. It's been a long night. I'm here to try to represent some of the ideas and questions from over 300 families that have actually joined our group and overwhelmingly want to get back to school face-to-face. So, you know, everything changed tonight. Overall, I'm actually very happy with what was presented, especially the strong commitment to face-to-face. If we approve this, I think a lot of people are going to at least get the answers, you know, to questions they are seeking. So that's great. Now, on the downside, one of the main issues coming into this meeting was that parents did not feel like they were being heard. And tonight I thought was a major disappointment. I would give you guys a D at best. What we saw today was actually a great plan, but it was seems like it's rubber stamped already. I don't see why you couldn't present this, have a few more days for parents to give feedback, especially on some of the detailed items, and then, then go back to the drawing board. I think if you don't do that, you're blowing a unique opportunity to change the perception that, parents aren't getting heard. So like you guys said, you always want to grow. And so I think there's a great opportunity. On the plan itself, I guess here's my main concern is that I think at some point you need to make it absolutely clear that online school will end at some point. We've talked about limited resources, and what I wouldn't want you to do is set up an incentive system where you get to just stay home just because it's convenient. And I know people will do that. So I would just say that, look, there's some deadline at which we're all going to go back to face-to-face. Otherwise, you're going to get into a spin cycle you might never get out of. Finally, on the bell schedule, I agree with everyone else. I think that deserves its own special online, special side meeting. There's a bunch of parents who would question the technical decisions that were made. Yeah, they seem to be made in a little bit of a vacuum. I understand you guys are under a lot of pressure, but given the benefits of being able to just keep a single schedule where people teach both virtually and in person at the same time, they're just huge. And so I kind of feel like you guys maybe gave up a little too early on that option, given the major benefits, including the ability to just transition very quickly back to all face-to-face. So again, my whole presentation changed based on tonight. So I think all of us who want to go back to school face-to-face are very happy with the progress. But please try to, take feedback, take your time, and incorporate it back into what you guys are doing. So thanks a lot.
Thank you very much for your comments this evening, sir. We appreciate you. All right, that concludes our speakers this evening that have signed up. We are going to move along to our action items this evening, which is 4A1, to consider approval of the synchronous attestation for the 2021 school year. May I have a motion?
Mr. Burdine, I move to approve the attestation as presented.
Second.
We have a motion by Mrs. James and a second by Mrs. Tossan. Do we have any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead, Grill.
Go ahead.
So my question has to do with, well, first of all, I understand we've got this attestation, which is a compliance exercise. We've paired it with a resolution to help navigate our understanding of the reasonableness of the attestation. And I guess my question is kind of twofold. How are we communicating all of this to staff and to the staff members that are on campuses that have to check these boxes and fill in forms? I guess I have some concern that I don't want to put staff in a position where they have to lie and check a compliance box when we as a board have an understanding of what it, that it's A, that it's compliance, and B, that we're going to do the best we can. So I'm not sure if I phrased that very well, but.
Yeah, no, let me, Dina and Beth, you may want to jump on, but I'll go ahead and start. I think the essence of the attestation is represented in both our synchronous and our asynchronous planning that we're doing, is we're trying to fulfill all aspects of that. So in effect, staff has been trained in all of those components through their preparation for the new school year. In regard to special education specifically, we're not backing down from our commitment to be morally and legally compliant. But I think the way the document is written for submission with the resolution acknowledges that despite our best efforts, there might still be some inadequacies, things that we would need to make up in compensatory education with the kids. So I don't think that there's box checking and things that are going to be taking place. We're supporting all staff to the fullest extent possible to deliver on every aspect of the attestation. Beth or Dina, would you add anything to that, or Deanna even?
Well, I mean, I'll just add that the training that we provided, Ms. James, to our staff, our special ed teachers, a lot of the training has come, through some of the beginning of the year trainings to our teachers, but also we have job alike groups where we meet with them. And some of the conversation is, we're going to have to keep going back to the table and making adjustments. So it's not just, here's what we're doing and make it work. It's, we have our kids that are online. If it's not working, do we need to go back to art? Do we need to try new things? And really just them knowing that we're supporting them in this process. And when I say us, the district, and that we may need to add additional staff, we may need to have ARDs and consider compensatory services. We may need to do extended summer services next year. So there's just a variety of things that we can do. And we've provided some of that training to our teachers. A lot of that training has gone through our CCCs and our ARD facilitators and the leaders at the campus. So I feel like that we are supporting our staff and letting them know that, yes, we're required, to continue with IDEA compliance. We maybe not agree with it 100%, but ultimately we know that that was what the federal government requires, and we're going to abide by that, and we're going to do the best that we can under the circumstances. And I feel like our teachers know that, and we'll feel supported in that way.
Okay, well, thank you. I just want to be sure that we're not putting them in a situation where they don't feel that they can you can't be truthful. And I don't feel that that's a good place to be for any employee. So thank you for listening to that concern.
And I will assure you that we would never put an employee in a position where they didn't feel like they could tell the truth. We know that that's part of our board philosophy, and it's in policy that we would be truth tellers, and we're committed to that. And as Dina indicated, in situations where we might not be able to meet the IEP expectation, then the conversation is, what compensatory services do we need to plan for so that we can meet the needs of the children? So, but absolutely, we would never put an employee in that position.
Thank you, Ms. Saavedra.
Mrs. Tossan, did you have any questions or comments? You're muted.
I'm unmuting now.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm going to follow that theme of being truth tellers. And I think that that's part of the reason that we have this resolution paired with these attestations. We brought up these concerns last board meeting. And, as a parent and a longtime advocate and educator of educators in the field of special education, I just know that even with our best efforts, we're going to have situations where we cannot abide by or follow the IEPs of every single student, and hence the need for compensatory services. And so my concern was just checking that box and saying, oh yeah, well, we can do it, no worries. I feel like that's a can that's being kicked down from the federal government to the states, and then from the states on to the local school districts. And so I wanted us to make sure that we had a resolution that had some of these statements in them, to make sure that we are telling the truth and that we do know that these kids are going to need compensatory services. So just for, there were a couple things I wanted to just read in to the, I guess, the verbal record, and make sure that everyone understands that a couple of these preambles we have in this resolution. One of them is that there are not predictable outcomes for synchronous learning for students with disabilities and students qualifying for special ed services. And as such, the district cannot guarantee it will be able to follow all students' IEPs regardless of environment. So we need to make that statement and understand that we may have to provide compensatory services there. And that we know that in-person instruction for certain at-risk students, both at school and at home, may not be feasible because of potential health risks. And that's something that we're dealing with in this pandemic. So with that, I wasn't comfortable checking the boxes last time. With these things in the resolution this time, I'm comfortable moving forward because we have this resolution. So I just wanted to make that clear. the only other thing I would say is that in the agenda item, Charles, under the summary and like the end of the third paragraph, it says, well, it's in the third paragraph, it says board approval will support the district's plan to provide remote synchronous instruction. And then it says, and for students who choose to continue in the online environment when the district resumes face-to-face learning. And I just want to clarify, I think that implies during the pandemic. And I just want to clarify that that means during the pandemic and not, you know, out into the future beyond what we're dealing with in this at this particular time, this particular school year.
That is exactly correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. With that, I didn't really have a question. I just wanted to make sure those things were said so that the public can hear them. Thank you for working on it.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Tossan and Mrs. James. Is there any other questions or comments before we vote? All right, we will vote by roll call. Please state your name and yay or nay. Mrs. Allison Drew.
This is Allison Drew, and I vote yay.
Mrs. Addie Helliger.
Addie Helliger, and I vote yay.
Mrs. Grail James. You're muted, Miss James. There you go.
Sorry, I was trying to be fancy and use a space bar to unmute myself, and
It's all right.
I need a tutorial, I think. This is Grail James, and I vote yay.
Mr. Jim Rice.
Yay.
Mr. Dave Rosenthal.
Dave Rosenthal, I vote yay.
Mrs. Kristen Tossan.
Kristen Tossan, I vote yay.
This is Jason Burdine, and I also vote yay. This motion passes. We will move along to 4A2. Consider approval of a waiver to extend the start of the 2021 school year transition to face-to-face instruction an additional 4 weeks. May I have a motion?
Mr. Burdine, I move to approve the action item as presented.
Second.
We have a motion by Mrs. Tossan and a second by Mr. Rosenthal. Do we have any discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Burdine. My comments are this. Having listened to many of the speakers tonight, I'm in agreement that we've known this day was going to come ever since we first shut down in March. And so we really should have been better prepared to return to school sooner than this. And after listening to Dr. Anzal Dua, if he's thinking about there's going to be a second wave, then I hope the district is planning what our steps will be if we do get the second wave in October or November. But if this is the new normal, then we need to be prepared for it. And I feel like we're playing catch up, and we shouldn't be doing that. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Do we have any other comments?
Yes. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Ms. Helliger.
Yeah, thank you. I had similar comments. I guess, the speakers this evening brought up some good questions for me to kind of understand, okay, so why are we here? How did we get here versus being prepared, a little bit more prepared for beginning of school. Dr. Dupree, can you just talk to that just a little bit on why are we choosing this course of action now versus what we initially did versus delaying school for first 4 weeks, or why this plan? I'm interested to hear.
Give me 1 second. We are where we are because we have every step of the way attempted to provide an exemplary educational program for our students in Fort Bend ISD that was well designed and properly managed. I got to be honest, and I'm sure you can hear it, I'm disappointed by comments that have been made just now. because it basically deflates all of staff's efforts that they've given since March to get us to where we are today, to imply that we're behind or in any way not done a good job. Far from perfect, I would admit. But as I mentioned earlier, I'm not going to give specific references to other districts. It's easy to look at what other districts have done. And because they're doing something differently or ahead of us, it may appear they've done something better, when the reality is the quality of the student experience is in many cases inferior to what our students are experiencing in Fort Bend. And the long-range outcome for the students in our districts, in our district, will be, in my view, far superior to what's happening in many other districts right now.
So,
and one of the constant topics we've addressed in this district is culture, climate, change management. And I believe our team has executed in a top-notch way in every level, even though it is definitely different. We chose to get from the spring, through the spring, to the first day of school, to face-to-face, with intentional decision-making every single step of the way. So this isn't a matter of lagging, not being prepared, not following through. We're here very purposefully, and I feel good about where we are, and I feel confident that our staff has executed in exactly the right way to achieve this goal.
Yeah, I wanted to address that because we had so many different speakers who mentioned that, and I just felt like it would be remiss for us to have a vote without really talking to that point. I know that Fort Bend ISD has always been a thoughtful district. And everything that we do, we are the forerunner in a lot of our activities and decisions that we have made. And I just want to make sure that everyone really understands that this is not something that even at 6 months, we still have to take the time to get through the first few months and pivot through that particular pandemic or the beginning of the pandemic rather, then start to plan for this district. And our district is very diverse in all of its needs. I mean, I know there are certain districts that have gone back to school. I mean, I've had teachers and administrators from other districts that have sent me messages and say, I wish our district was like Fort Bend ISD. And so I wanted to make sure that some of the questions and concerns that people had this evening, that we address them to a certain degree before we take the vote today, because I want them to know that we heard them. So that's why, you know, we're asking the questions that we're asking to ensure that we haven't missed anything. I mean, we do rely on members of our community to provide us feedback. And I want to, you know, I kind of reject that notion that we don't. All through this meeting tonight, I've been receiving messages. All through before the meeting, I've been receiving messages and trying to have questions and make sure I have a good understanding before I make the vote tonight, that we have a good understanding, a good plan for us to move forward. So I appreciate the work that, and I said this earlier and I'll say it again, that our district has done, and all the people that have put all the work and energy, because I think what would happen would be you get a different group of people to make these decisions and make these plans. They're going to have the same types of concerns and issues and hurdles in order for them to climb as well. So there's, you know, this is just a difficult situation. And I do believe that we made the best decisions for our district. I just want to make sure that as we move forward, we continue to hear from the community. I think one of the speakers did say that, you know, we want to make sure that we have, I guess, a line in the sand around when online learning would end. You know, I think that's a very good question. I don't know if we've actually addressed that tonight in any of the presentations. So I'm not sure, what's I guess we will deal with that when, Dr. Dupree?
Well, I think the common expectation has been is that this whole year, even TEA, the expectation through funding is that students would remain online the full year if that's what they would like to do.
Mm-hmm.
And beyond that, I think again, if you go back to what we said about transformation, we're building systems today that, given the right legislative action, could transform and keep many of our students learning online if they choose to do that, because many are quite successful and love it. But we can't do it under a typical situation because we wouldn't be funded for it.
Right.
So I'm hopeful that this is a transformational endeavor where the legislature will give us the opportunity to really take this to the next level over time. And that's the system we've been building each step of the way.
Right. So there's no real line in the sand. And I just want to make sure I'm trying to get to some of these questions that were asked tonight. And just to make sure, once again, that we've at least explored them and answered them before making a decision tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Helliger, Mr. Rosenthal, and then Mrs. James.
Thank you, sir. So I wanted to also comment. I think that, well, first of all, I think I mentioned earlier that over the last couple of days, Charles and I have probably spent about maybe a couple hours on the phone.
Probably.
And some real difficult conversations. And some of these, the questions, we specifically talked about, could we have started planning sooner? And maybe we could have, but I don't think that's something that really takes away from the current plan. I think things have been in flux around here for a long time. School's only been in session for 3 weeks? I think 3 weeks from today, maybe, or almost. And there's been, lots of issues to work out regarding online learning. We had to perfect that system because I think, Addie, as you just mentioned, as you mentioned earlier this evening, I think online learning is going to be around for a long time. Maybe not to the scale that we have, because I don't think it works for this many people that are going to be on it because of COVID. But it does work for a lot of people. So we had to work these issues out. Teachers needed more training and more really, a lot of it was on the job training. And I think we're getting better and better at it. And I think you also had, every day, I know I like to bring up data, but it's been getting better and better and better. The county removed Code Red yesterday. I don't think we should have been there as long as we were, but regardless, it's now stepped down a level. And so things are in flux. I think people and that's new information. And if people actually start to look at the data, and I hope they do, there's a great curve now on the Fort Bend County website where they're actually doing what I discussed a couple weeks ago. And I don't know how long it's been there. I don't think it's been there a long time. But it actually is now showing cases by date of testing. And so it's a chronological order. And go look at the curve. You can't make the claims that we have out of control cases and whatnot. And that they're adjusting that. It looks like they're adjusting that at least once a week. And actually it's like one of the third or fourth curves on there. It used to be in blue. Today they changed it to gold. So I don't know why, but I did notice that. So again, these things are changing. So we're in a state of flux. And as that happens, and as things continue to go in the right direction, we're going to have more and more people ask for face-to-face. And so I think that, I think we're okay where we are. I think had we done this 2 or 3 weeks ago, I think people would not have signed up. Parents, there's a lot more parents that would not have signed up for face-to-face. And 3 weeks later, looking at data, they may have had regrets about that. So I think we're in a good place. I think that, Charles, I think you did say that we are going to continue to listen to the community because we want good ideas, right? I think you said that at some point. I know you may have been talking about the pandemic response team, but I think you also We're talking about, people making comments on Let's Talk and whatnot. And we all get feedback almost probably on a daily basis as of late. And usually we send that to you, or we call you up and say, hey, listen, somebody brought up a really good point. And so we are continuing to get feedback. And I think that is important. I would agree with the speaker on that, because we don't, in this room right here, not everybody has all the ideas, has all the answers. So I think that is important. And there was one other thing I was going to say, and now I've forgotten. But I'm anxious to get as many kids as we can, and who want to get back into the classroom. And we do have to plan for potential setbacks. As optimistic as I may be, I fully expect that, unfortunately, things may show up in our classrooms, in our campuses. And so we have to have those plans. And the fact that we spend a little more time perfecting or near perfecting, I will say, the online learning environment, will feel more comfortable, and kids will not suffer as much if we have to slip back a little bit into that environment. So, I'm fine. I'm happy with the plan. I'm glad that you put some timelines so that we can start to see some dates. Hopefully I hope that we can meet those dates. That's my impression. My impression is that, those are not going to slip. If they do, not by much. At least I hope not, because we need to get kids back in those classrooms for the kids' sake and for their parents' sake. And that has to happen. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenthal. Mrs. James.
Thank you, Mr. Burdine. I just would echo a lot of the things that Mr. Rosenthal just said. I think, we heard a lot of good information tonight, and we've got a good plan in place. And you guys have done a great job explaining that plan, explaining as much detail as is available, and giving people the right tools where they can ask questions, and making that clear tonight. So I think we're in a really good place, and I appreciate the compassionate tone that you set towards staff and towards students, and I know that everybody on this staff cares about doing the right thing. And this is turning the Titanic again. We are inventing and creating something that is monstrous, and it takes time. It takes time to do that, and it takes time to do it well. And I appreciate the attention to detail and the desire to do a really great job, and not rush, but to do it right. And so thank you for that. I have one question that kind of came to my mind. So if we approve this 4-week waiver, and follow the timeline of the implementation plan, we get to 8 weeks. But then what happens, as Mr. Rosenthal suggested, if there's a delay in that implementation, or if we have to go back to online service because of the pandemic flare up or whatever it might be? The TEA doesn't allow us any more time, or what happens? Are we using up all our weeks?
Well, but what's interesting about that is basically their goal was to get face-to-face implemented to the full extent possible within the 8 weeks. But even all of the TEA guidelines has a clear expectation that there will be classrooms, building closures, perhaps even district closures. In a district our size, it's not likely we would have to close the whole district again unless something really happens, goes rampant in the whole community. But they anticipate you might close a classroom or a building from time to time to address that outbreak. But the goal is you have systems in place to transition quickly to online for those students for those 14-day quarantine periods. Or in some cases, there's even an expectation if you have a student in a classroom or something, that you may need to send those kids home for 1 or 2 days to sanitize that space and then bring them right back. So there's lots of flexibility in that, even in the TEA guidelines.
Okay, but we're not going to have to be coming back and forth for waivers and approval of all these situations. That's, we're, okay, okay. So it's, as you said, it's guidelines and it is what it is.
Yes.
So we're just, okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate all the work that's gone into the plan and all the staff that's made this happen. So thank you.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to make a comment? All right, with that being so, I would like to say, Dr. Dupree, great job. I really do appreciate you explaining the plan this evening. I echo a lot of what Mrs. James and my other trustees have spoke about with you and the great detail that you went into. I appreciate the clarity and we appreciate your work. So with that being said, let's vote. I will call the roll, so please state your name and vote yay or nay. Mrs. Allison Drew.
This is Allison Drew. I vote yay.
Mrs. Addie Helliger.
This is Miss Addie Helliger. I said Miss. This is Addie Helliger. I'm tired. Addie Helliger, and I vote yay.
Ms. Grail James.
This is Grail James, and I vote yay.
Mr. Jim Rice.
Jim Rice, I vote yay.
Mr. Dave Rosenthal.
Dave Rosenthal, I vote yay.
Mrs. Kristen Tossan.
Kristen Tossan, I vote yay.
This is Jason Burdine. I also vote yay. Motion passes. All right. It is now time for closed session. I have a feeling we'll be in and out very, very quickly. So let's go ahead and go into closed session and then we'll come back out into our meeting. All right, we have now reconvened in open session. We did not perform our superintendent evaluation discussion this evening. We will move that to the following week. And we do not have any action on closed session items. So with that being said, may I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
May I have a
Second.
We have a motion by Mrs. Tossan and a second by Mrs. James. This meeting is now adjourned. Good night, everyone.
Night.